watching time pass by, but I just can't walk away, just can't walk away. Oh, 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 oh. It's dark, I'm seeing lights out the window. It's nothing more than a dream, I know, but I just can't walk away, just can't walk away. Oh, 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 oh.
Ain't looking for much of many, 'cause we got plenty. No line of division, we're all heaven sent. 'Cause I really, really, really want you to know that I love you from the highest peak to low. There ain't nothing that will block our path to grow. We can work it out. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me we'll choose to open the door, and loving some more. If you found the line, show me the right path to walk on, to open our hearts. You're the sweetest scent I know. That's right. A higher power brought us together. That angel, you're the deepest part of my heart. Oh, you said it. Let us climb and reach the stars. Ooh, ooh. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me what you to open it down. Love us some more. If you follow the line, show me the right path to walk on, to open our hearts. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me what you to open the door. Love us some more. If you follow the line, show me the right path to walk on, to open our hearts.
It's a ride, it's tonight. I've been waiting on my life. I've been at it for some time, just preparing for the fight. Mama praying over my life, I can still hear it. Always been God-fearing, God with him on a mission. Obstacles cloud the vision, we still moving. I anticipate hell freezing before I see my team losing. You know that's power when you're unified. It's hard to spell unity without you and I. We ready for it now.
160, I got drive. Feel it in my bones that it's my time to do all that I do, making all my dreams come true. Hungry for the moment I'll arrive. Feel it in my chest, won't rest till I can do all that I do, making all my dreams come, making all my dreams come
Yeah,
true.
home team reppin', we gon' put it on maps. It's hard to relax when cities on backs and they rootin' for me. Writing out the vision to attack for the glory. Ensure you like Affleck, it's all facts in the story. The wardrobe is all black, even suited up. I promise I don't slack. Y'all better make room for us. Every dog has his day, I can sense mine. Like shine after rain, I've been wide awake for the whole time. Never sleeping on these dreams, I can't leave them in past tense. My mind has been fashioned, resilient and passion, yeah. Lights, camera, action, you know we coming forward. Family depending on me just like a bungee cord.
160, I got drive. Feel it in my bones that it's my time to do all that I do, making all my dreams come true. Hungry for the moment I'll arrive. Feel it in my chest, won't rest till I can do all that I do, making all my dreams come, making all my dreams come true.
No, I can go to sleep. I'm wide awake. No, I can go to sleep. 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 No, I can go to sleep.
Boss, I'm driving like a fudge, running into night and night bus stop. I'm making an entrance, trust drop drive on a Saturday night. I'm ready to start and I'm calling the shots and I gotta just some muscle, I gotta just some muscle, I gotta run the show 'cause na 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 na.
Yeah, I was born to be the greatest. Yeah, I was born to be your favorite. Look, ma, I'm on the billboard, I made it. That's what I dream every day, so I say it. Yeah, hey, but I'm humble, Kendrick. Straight out of the jungle, I'm fearless. Yeah, hey, but you win some, you lose some. I'm about to start the show. You try to knock me down, you try to take my crown, but look at me now. Yeah, look at me now. Look at me now. Yeah, look at me now. Hey.
Freaka TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 3.
What is up, everybody? We hope you had an excellent Korean Thanksgiving. And some exciting news here. Artosis is back.
I thought that I was going to be okay letting you cast with a hotter, younger caster. And then when I was watching you guys, I just bought a plane ticket, Tasteless, and here I am.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be here forever, but
I did experiment with a hotter, younger caster, but it made me just realize how much more I love you, Artosis.
yeah,
So,
yeah. This is our second caster marriage. It's not going to last forever, but
but there's a lot of passion there. That's what we can't get over, really.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be going into the round of 10. Again, we had a full week off, and Artosis was getting settled in over in Canada.
Yeah. But now I'm getting resettled in back over here.
Yes.
I'm a little bit jet lagged, but I'm doing all right, Tasteless.
Yeah, the jet lag can be brutal, man. But by the way, I think State did an excellent job for all the casting for the round of 20.
Yeah.
We are going to be going into the round of 10 here for the next 2 weeks, and then on into the round of 6 and so on and so forth.
Yeah, very self-explanatory. We went from 10 to 6. That's normal in a tournament.
I'll tell you something, man. I'm still getting used to the round of 10 format and getting the hang of it. But
do you hope that they keep that format like that?
I don't know. I would not be surprised if we do change it again in next year here. But
what do you think about just making a bracket?
Just going for the old school bracket?
Just a bracket, man. just make a big bracket.
It's funny. One thing about the round of 10 for today is that we're not going to know who's actually moving on. We'll have a better idea of who's likely to be advancing, but nobody moves ahead and nobody gets eliminated. But I do think this is an interesting way to kind of have the tournament progress and letting more players engage with each other is still when you're about halfway through the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for pros, it's always better to get more games in, but you're definitely right. There's like
good players want more games.
Yeah, not that much tension here today because no one's going to be getting eliminated.
And so you guys can see the format over here. We're going to, in a little bit here, be hopping into the interviews with the pros, get their thoughts. They're just going to be hopping into these games.
Dude, look at that. Yeah, the ties are broken in the following order. Overall win point difference, overall number of map wins, match win between tied players, win point between tied players, number of map wins between the tied players, tiebreaker match best of 1. I guess if that goes in a triangle because it can only be a 3-way tie, then you go to the coin toss, Tasteless. But that's where the Protosses really have the advantage.
Another thing to keep an eye out for here as well is we're going to be going from Group A, then when we come back in here on Thursday, over to Group B.
Yes.
So, again, throughout this whole week, we're just going to basically see Group A and B start to develop, see where the players are starting to size up. But, again, the final scores are really going to be coming in the following week. And we're ready for that interview. Andy, go ahead.
And every game and every match matters in this round of 10. And we're going to have an interview with the 5 players competing in today's Group A match. And they definitely are looking forward to this Group A match as it's going to be very instrumental to their overall success. Alright, so on my right there are 3 players and they have made it to their second consecutive round of 10 this season. And on my left are 2 players who are going through the full league system for the first time. Alright, we're going to talk to Hero first. So Hero, as the last season's champion, you'll be starting in this full league round of 10. And Hero, is a comfortable player for you on the right side or the left side from your perspective? He's on my left for sure. That's right. Since you were the last season's champion, I'll give you an exclusive opportunity to ask one player a question. Who do you want to ask a question, Hero? Well, I want to throw a question to Solar, my first opponent today. I mean, Solar's momentum is looking so good right now. His form is skyrocketing. So, against me today, how does he think of the possibility of him winning? What's the probability? Then Solar, what are your chances of beating Hero today?
연습이나 온라인 대회였으면 100%.
Well, if it was practice or online match, I'd say 100% for me.
오프라인 대회라서 반반 봅니다.
But since it's an offline match, I'd say 5 to 5, a 50% chance.
반반 보셨는데요.
All right, Solar, a burst of confidence there.
100%라고 하시네요.
자, 이재선, 신이범 선수
Alright, I want to ask a
두분
question to
참
Bunny and Ragnarok. You guys are so close to each other. You guys are so affectionate. You guys always practice together, and you always mention each other's names during the interview. You guys always say each other's presence is instrumental to your success. So you guys are gonna be playing against each other in the first match. So how do you guys feel about each other?
이번 연도 특히 좀 계속 만나는 것
I mean, this year I've been playing against Ragnarok a lot.
또 희범이랑 이번 연도 연습도 되게 많이 했거든요.
So I've been able to practice with him a lot.
연습하듯 편안하게.
So I'm just gonna play comfortably today, like I do in practice.
어차피 10강이면 꽤 높은 무대인데.
I mean, the round of 10 it's a pretty hard round. I'm just gonna play comfortably today. Then what about you, Ragnarok?
네, 만나서 좋아요.
I mean, it's always very nice to play against him because
일단 편하게 할 수 있고.
first I can play comfortably, and secondly,
저희가 자주 만난다는 거는 잘하고 있다는 뜻이기 때문에.
I mean, although we do meet frequently, that means we have a lot of success in GSL at the same time. So I'm really happy to play against him. Alright, so on my left are Solar and GuMiho. And now you're going to be taking on the role of being a challenger this time in this group. So Solar, I think you're going to be feeling pretty lonely in this group. You're surrounded by very strong players, so how do you feel today? I mean, from my perspective, the three players on my right, I've been able to interact with them, encounter them in ladder matches a lot. And they're probably thinking about advancing as the first, second, and third place. I have a feeling two of them are going to advance, and one of them are going to have to get eliminated today for me to advance. And Ragnarok is here laughing like crazy right now. So why are you laughing? What was the reason behind your laugh, Ragnarok?
근데 좀 찔리긴 해요, 사실. 왜냐면 두 명은 4강.
I think he was talking about me.
가보지 못했고 그리고.
I think Solar's mentioning Hero and Bunny as the two candidates to move on.
잘한다고 생각을 하지 않기 때문에 그렇게 생각하는 것 같긴 한데.
I mean, he probably doesn't consider me as a good player. That's why he said that.
잘하는 건 좀 그렇긴 해요, 사실.
But it's kind of ridiculous how Solar says that. Alright, GuMiho, you were a GSL champion before, you have that trophy under your belt, and you made it here to the round of 10 after your military service. And GuMiho, it feels like you grasped the TVT concept a lot. So which player do you think is the trickiest to play against here? I mean, there is no tricky player. I mean, there is everybody is tricky. So, at the end of the day, I'm going to have to play really well. And the first match against Bunny is going to be quite difficult in my view. Alright, I want you guys to be very candid with your interviews this time. It's going to be an OX quiz. So you guys are going to listen to a question, and then you guys are either going to put up an O or an X. Alright, here comes the first question. Rather than the group that consists of Maru in Group B, this group is way better. Please hand up, circle or X. Alright, so everybody except Ragnarok put up an O. Alright, and Hero.
4명 중에 3명이 나 우승자인데 내가 조성주를 잡고
out of
우승을
4
했는데
players,
지금 3명이 들었단 말이에요. 이 상황을
I mean,
어떻게
3 players
받아들이시나요?
have put up an O, so could you explain?
사실 제가 저번 시즌 성주를 이기고
I mean, honestly,
했다지만
I beat Maru last season and got to be the champion. But if you have a look at Maru's history in GSL, you can never underestimate him. So that's why I think
조성주 까다롭다고 했던 것 같은데.
Group A, Group B is harder.
잘하시는지 몰랐어요. X를 드셨네요.
Okay, you put up an X, Bunny. What is that?
준호 형 둘 중 놓고도 보면.
I mean, if you have a look at Maru and Hero, Hero is definitely a more comfortable player to play against. But the rest of the members, I think, are more difficult compared to Group B.
자, 두 번째 질문 드려보겠습니다.
Alright, here comes the second question then.
10강에 테란이 5명이
In the round of 10, we have 5 Terran players.
맵발이다.
So do you think they made it because of the map? The map being OP for Terrans.
네, 오늘 혼자 또 이재선 선수
Alright, so Bunny is the only player with an X, and the others all put up an O.
X를 드셨어요.
So Bunny, you put up an X. What is that? So do you think the maps are not that good for Terran right now? I mean, I had a look at all the matches. It's not the Terran players are really great. It's more like the other race players are playing bad. So that's what I
이
think.
상황에서 강민주 선수가 정리를 해주면
Dan
될것
Solar,
같아요. 맷발이 있긴 있나 봐요.
what about your thoughts on the maps?
말도 안 되게 있죠 일단.
I mean, the maps are so OP for the Terran players.
중에 저그가 테란이 싫어하는 맵을 2개를 빼고 이제 3판 2선제를 하더라도
I mean, even if the Zerg vetoes 2 Terran favorite maps,
구조가 말이 안 된다고
the Zerg
생각하고
still
일단
is
10명 중에
unfavored in the best of 3. So that's kind of ridiculous.
근데 이런 적이 전에 없었잖아요.
So I don't think this has ever happened before. So I do feel like the maps are OP for Terran players.
사실 조성주 선수도 절대 아니라고.
I mean, Maru, he said that doesn't make any sense. The maps are fair for all races. Then GuMiho, as a Terran player, what do you think?
저는 맵이 좋다고 생각하는 건 이제 톨스전이고.
I mean, I think the maps are good against Protoss players.
또 잘합니다.
But against Zerg players, it's not really favored for Terran players.
어떻게든 다 방법이 있기 때문에.
The Zergs always have a way. They always have a way out.
맵발은 아니다.
So you know, strictly looking at the Zerg matchup, I don't think it's really. I don't think the maps are really great for Terran players. And as I said before, every match, every game is instrumental to the overall success in the round of 10. So any closing thoughts from you, Hero?
일단은
Well, first of all,
하고 다음 시즌인데,
you know, this is my season after winning the GSL. You know, I'm really satisfied of making it to the round 10. And you know, coming here, I feel a lot of pressure. I feel the nerves. You know, today I wanted to try to play without any nervousness. Then what about you, Bunny?
열심히 준비했고.
I mean, I prepare really well.
편한 마음으로.
I'll try to play comfortably and try my best.
또 한 번 신입범 선수 빵 터지셨는데요. 신입범
Okay,
선수.
RagnaroK laughing right now. I don't know why, but what about you, RagnaroK?
준비했다고 해가지고 좀 당황스럽네요.
You know, Hero said he didn't prepare that much, but he actually prepared really hard. So it's kind of weird how he says that. You know, I'll be playing against Bunny in the first match. I want to get into it right now. I'll try to have good results at the end of the day today. All right, then what about you, Solar? You know, it's been quite a long time since I last made it to round 10. You know, I think I can only have good results if I play comfortably today. So, you know, I want to have good results at the end of the day. And then lastly, GuMiho. I feel like today is going to be a very important moment for me. And, you know, I want to advance as the first place at the end of week 2. All right, we look forward to your matches. And then we're going to have a look at the match sequence.
All right. Yeah, let's get into this, man. I'm excited. We're going to be starting this off here with Bunny versus RagnaroK. And it's going to be fun to see how exactly this plays out. We've had some interesting developments in the matchup. We had, you know, Command Center first trending a little bit more, which led into some pretty strong 2-base plays. Some of the Koreans have kind of joked about this sort of being the OP build, is basically coming in there. Because if the Zerg doesn't open up with some way to punish that, there's really not a whole lot they can do.
No, definitely right about that. You have to kind of already be countering it when you scout it.
Yeah.
There's no reaction to it once you see it.
I do think Bunny is maybe a little bit better than RagnaroK right now.
I think so.
But I don't know, RagnaroK, I mean, he's probably one of the cheesier players we've got here in the tournament, so I would...
He did so well in the last couple seasons, right? Like, he's hitting that round of 6 over and over. He's winning a lot of groups.
Yeah, you know, maybe I have a... You know, sometimes because we've casted these guys for so long...
Look, I'm with you. I think Bunny's better, too.
But I might be living a little bit too much in the past. Like, I've casted too many games where he did die out years ago that I got to really appreciate that he has leveled up a little bit now.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, I think as RagnaroK, someone who's had such a historic, cheesy take on the game, and I mean, honestly, he's played so many cheesy games in GSL to get as far as he's been getting. It is hard to put him against, to correctly value, I guess, where his skill is at. By the way, I gotta say, I did like Bunny's interview quite a bit. When she asked if it was the maps that got all the Terran players, like so many Terran players in this round, he was like, no, the Terran players are playing well, and the Protoss and Zerg players are not playing well. It's like the most Terran thing anyone has ever said.
Yes. We're going to go to Inside and Out for Map 1, Data C for Map 2, and I think it is very likely we're going to have a Map 3. We're going to be going on Stargazers Artosis.
Yeah, all right.
That's us and the people watching, man.
We are Stargazers.
We are Stargazers. And that game is loaded up, so we are going to start our first best of 3 in the round of 10 here in Group A. Let's go.
can do this all day. There's nothing that I cannot take.
Right. Team NV, Bunny.
Jeez, that voice took a Valium before saying that name. What is that? Team NV, Bunny.
Alpha X, RagnaroK.
Don't get too excited. All right, very quick pull coming out of RagnaroK. How can I tell? Look at his eyes. No, we have two monitors, guys.
Now,
I can tell by the look on his face
yes,
he was
that's
going to
right.
rush.
Yeah, judging from how he's squinting right now, definitely going to be a rush. Yeah, so it's going to be pool early here, but welcome, guys. Thank you guys for coming down. We love the signs. We love you, and we're so happy to have an audience again.
A lot of foreigners here.
Forever. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, the memories. Jinro tank pushes.
Yeah, MKP with the splitting, an ST memory. Great memories all.
Hell
Thank
yeah,
you guys
dude.
very much for coming down.
So we don't have Terran going for that kind of macro gamble build. We're getting the CC first. And when I was casting this with State, we would see pool first and think, oh, well, this just counters CC first. It doesn't even seem like it quite counters CC first.
I think it really doesn't seem that way. It's kind of a funny thing. And when that happens, someone might come up with something that actually does counter it, right? Like,
it seems like the problem is basically that we have, if you do try to counter it, they don't go for it, then you have a whole other problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and so it's kind of funny that the matchup right now is at this point right here. But in this game, it was a quick tech into gas here, and then a pretty speedy expansion after that, but not the same build that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. So kind of a slightly more old school build here from Bunny, but it's good to rotate this type of thing in as well, right? Like RagnaroK, if I had to put my money on who might come up with something that would punish, RagnaroK would be a pretty good guess, right? Like
Nice,
he already is a cheesy guy.
Nice kill on the SCV. So this is kind of funny. There's 2 CCs coming here.
Oh, yeah.
So that's, I feel like this isn't the normal order that you would see this teched out, right? You go into tech and then double CC. So, like, you're really working with not much right now. But if you could pull all this stuff off, you're going to have a really good economy and have a clean tech. You won't have much of a base army for a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know if I've seen quite this sequence like this.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it like a little bit. It's, it's about as greedy as you can really get, just like reactor 3CC. And I mean, anytime you see something like this, it's like pretty obvious you've got to do like a massive push. You're powering up towards, like, see how he's going to eBay now? Like we're getting pretty far out there.
Yeah, this is
like, this is the greediest thing you could ever see. So what we should see is Bunny trying to kill RagnaroK on 2/2 upgrades.
Yeah, it is funny to me that Bunny's doing this against RagnaroK specifically, because RagnaroK does seem to have a big proclivity to just attack or try to do something to end the game. And if you were to try to do something like that, you could probably kill a player like this, right? At least on paper, that makes sense.
Probably.
And so, but for now, it doesn't seem like RagnaroK's doing anything particularly aggressive at all. He's just going to develop. So there's going to be a very strong push coming out here from Bunny later on.
He is going up into 6 roaches.
Oh,
right?
is he going to keep making?
But this is consistent marine production. I feel like the 6 roaches, you're happier if they went like reactor marines, but then swapped it and got like 4 Hellions or 6 Hellions,
Sure.
right? Like that's where I think the roaches are going to shine a little bit more. So it's quite clear that RagnaroK really doesn't know exactly what Bunny is up to here, which actually makes Bunny's build even stronger.
Yeah, this is this probably shouldn't do that much. The Marines are going to go ahead and run back here. I feel like he just has enough. So an incredibly unimpactful move here from RagnaroK.
And now it's been a pool first that, it slows you down a little bit, but he did get the SCV, so it wasn't all loss. Into 6 roaches, that really didn't do anything, and now he's just making more roaches. So I think if Bunny plays this correctly, like if you look at this kind of mathematically how it's going to look, Bunny is going to have a gigantic advantage.
To be honest, I think he will just push out and kill him, and it's going to be an extremely straightforward game.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much else to it. Yeah.
If RagnaroK, needs Bunny to either throw some units or I don't even know or what. Like I want to be like either do this or that, but it's like, yeah, I think Bunny has to literally waste army here. And if Bunny just sits, if he defends, and the Roaches don't really do anything, the upgrade advantage plus the macro advantage is like ginormous.
Yeah,
of course,
this is. I mean, this is a very bad-looking situation for the Zerg, and I think that should become even more self-evident when the actual attack comes out here. But you know what? Bunny's game plan is to basically just sit back, like Artosa said, let these upgrades come in, and this may be just like a one-blow kill. In a game where, frankly, we haven't really had that much interaction between the two players at all.
Yeah, very little so far, which is, it's been correct, right? Like on Bunny's side, of course, is correct. And then RagnaroK, when he saw the count of Marines, he knew that he was not going to get any damage done with those Roaches. So he did pull them back. But he's made like a fair amount. Speed is about to finish. I would be surprised if he doesn't push out and just see if there's anything to be done. But I don't know that there is.
Okay, so Stim is going to finish. That doesn't necessarily mean the push is coming yet, but we'll see. He may start it up. And there's going to be a decent amount of Roach Ravagers here. The fourth base is now being taken, and we're going to get very close to that. A very common timing for the first big attack from the Terran is basically to try to take down their fourth base and play a control game from there. Now, he picked up in the medevac. I think the Roaches could see that. So, yeah, kind of an odd move there.
Now, I love these 4 Roaches being sent off to the side. This is a really good move from RagnaroK. He is going to bring 8 Marines over, but then the other Roaches come up to help. Like, RagnaroK is playing tactically very, very, very well right now. But how much damage will he actually get done? It's not that much.
And you got to be careful with Roach Ravager. It's not very good at retreating against Stim Marines. I'm actually kind of surprised Bunny didn't commit a little bit harder onto that. And so we've got 1-1 almost about to finish here.
Yeah, the 2-2 for Bunny is going to be finishing up, and I think that his attack is going to be kind of ridiculous when he actually goes. He's going to go out with the medevacs, and he's playing against Roach, so there's not a lot of risk here. It's not like this is not what his build is necessarily designed to do, but when you're playing against Roaches, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you have more freedom to move around. You know, if there's Mutalisks in the game, then suddenly you have to be a lot more cautious as you drop around here. Although I don't think this game is going to go with much more drops. I do think eventually he wants to do this push. We see armor level 2 about to finish.
Yeah, and he's got those 2-2 upgrades. He's not even maxed out at this point, but that's okay. Like look at this. His army supply is higher than the guy who went Roach.
Yeah, think about that. That's a funny way to put it.
Yeah, and he's gonna like 1-1 is about to finish for RagnaroK. But he's still up 2 upgrades against the Lynx, and he's up 3 upgrades against the Roaches. Like, this
is rough, man. Now, the Link counterattack is probably the best that the Zerg can try to do, and he's actually going to attack in here where the Banelings are morphing. Now, these Lings are going to cause some economic damage, but the truth is that the Terran army has already been manufactured. The Zerg has to stop this, or the Zerg will lose the game. The Terran can basically deal with some damage back at home and recover later on.
The lane counterattack is doing really fantastically, but I don't think he can actually hold on to this hatchery. So who is actually taking more damage here? RagnaroK is still going to be on 3 bases. He got a 4th in the top left now. So this hatchery goes down, but the drone count is still very, very healthy here for RagnaroK, and his economy is pretty solid.
Well, I think the Terran can just keep pushing in over here. Really well-positioned siege tanks here. Actually connecting what looks like onto other, Bane's connecting onto other tanks as well. I mean, I do feel like the muscle is still there for Bunny. Like, he's still going to be able to come in here and chip away. RagnaroK has expanded up into the top left.
Yeah, the one problem for Bunny, I think, is he's been out of medevac energy for a little bit, so he's getting softer and softer and softer. He does have some reinforcements coming, which is really important. He ended up losing all the tanks in that push. Another one is joining up. 3-3 is on the way, and kind of hilariously, armor is way ahead of his attack, so a little mistake there for sure.
Yeah. You know, he's pushed into an area it's not that easy to get into, but basically if he can get to where the creep is in the upper left side of the screen, that's where all the hatchery rally points are going to be kind of mixing into each other, so that would be huge if he did that. He's going to back up now, though, and try to delay that counterattack. And I got to say, these other counterattacks, it's starting to add up. I'm starting to think that maybe RagnaroK is actually going to be able to break free from this.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a tough position when you look at like the way that the game developed from the beginning. Like Bunny had a better opener and a better mid game, and that push that he just did was very strong. But it was like the perfect amount of lings in the counterattack. Really, really well done there. RagnaroK holds on. He's like taking smart positions. I like it. Like I think we do underestimate RagnaroK, honestly.
Yeah, he's making it work, kind of in spite of how much we really liked Bunny's build. And I mean, I'll stand by what we said earlier. Bunny's build looked really powerful, but
yeah,
if Bunny can't get the killing blow off here, then this game's going to go on, and you know, it's going to be a Zerg game.
Yep, it's going to be a Zerg game.
In a Zerg world, Artosis.
Yeah. Always has been, always
Zerg
will be.
Game in a Zerg world. Yeah, you know, basically RagnaroK kind of just laid back. He went to the farthest reaches of the map, and you know, it's hard for Terran to push up to the very, very top. But we're going to see another push come out here. Yeah, let's not give up on Bunny in this game.
Yeah, the game
just
is certainly not over. Yeah. Certainly not over. He's actually floating a 4th command center out now.
Yeah, much needed 4th command center.
Who knows? Maybe soon it'll be time for him to only turtle and wait for RagnaroK to run out of minerals.
That's
always my
wondering.
favorite part of the TVC.
Yeah, when he's like, well, I can't kill him, so he has to kill me.
Yeah. I mean, it's logic,
I get it,
right?
I get it, yeah. Okay, Zerg's going to be coming down again. 6 o'clock base is fresh, just now taken. You know, with the tanks placed the way they are, I don't know if Zerg can actually get in there. It may be unwise to try to push.
It's a good pullback time right now from Bunny. There's not a lot else that he can do. Ultraless Cavern actually coming up.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I do want to point out, like, there's not really that many more places Zerg can take without the Terran being very able to push it. If you look at the way this map is shaped, that base that was already killed, that's being retaken. That could be killed again here if Bunny has a strong enough push. But where else is Zerg going to go?
Yeah, the 3 and 9 o'clock bases are rather close, so those are going to be really scuffled over. But yeah, I mean, 4-base Terran against the 5-base Zerg, he's going to be fine for now. Ghost Academy coming up. Concussive Shells just now. That's actually, I think that must have been a mistake. He should have had that before. But yeah, Chitinous plating, a lot of Lings and Banes coming up here for RagnaroK. Does have a Viper or 2 mixed into this army. It is a scary group of units coming over here, but some great blinding clouds go down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty insane amount of Banelings. They are going to go ahead and spill down, take out the planetary. And I got to say, a pretty remarkable attack here from RagnaroK, but ultimately, Bunny is going to have enough. And now, from this moment, this could be a big time for Bunny to pivot here.
Yeah.
Stop turtling. And I think go in here and just take this base out.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like for a while RagnaroK was going to, not be killed off because he just kept expanding further and further away at the top. But we're kind of past that point, right? Those bases are going to eventually mine out.
Yeah.
Bases like this are where the future for the Zerg is, and it's being taken out once more.
And it's incredibly important for him to take this out as well. Like, if he was not able to do that, the game is basically over. Like, he lost a base, he needs to kill a base. He's going to kill this other one as well. That was optimistic, that hatchery. And he continues to keep a little bit of pressure on here. Still has much higher army supply. The first Ultra's starting to pop out. You know, it was a big amount of army that RagnaroK spent. And he is having a little bit of a hard time getting it back.
Well, really in this game, the burden is now on RagnaroK. RagnaroK needs to grow. There's a very simple way Terran ends this, and it's just that he keeps the Zerg on those few bases at the top of the map here. Lings and Banes are coming in here, but I think if Terran continues to kite here and just trade effectively, I think that he's probably going to be fine, right? I mean, the hatchery is going to have to be restarted, but again, if you look at it, there's really only one place Zerg can get to. And by the way, every base after this one, let's pretend that RagnaroK keeps this and the game goes on.
Yeah.
The other bases are even harder to hold.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
This seems to be a fairly good map for Terran versus Zerg.
Bunny said it's not because of the maps. The Terrans are playing better taste.
Yeah,
Don't you ever question that.
Oh, yeah, sure. How dare I? Now, Liberators are coming up. And the problem right now is that, he can't engage with this without trading out a certain amount of his units. And Terran, a great targeting with the tank on the Banes. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see right there. Some nice splitting and running back here, leaving some Marauders in the front. Really nice control, I think, here from Bunny.
Yeah.
Really playing very well.
Yeah, beautiful game, really.
And look at this. There's like the army of RagnaroK is so garbage right now. Like, look at it. An Ultra, a Roach, 2 Ravagers, 23 Lings. It's like you're not beating anything with that army. And
yeah,
it doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier for him either.
It's funny because the Terran could basically slowly keep expanding here. He's really just leaning heavily on the Zerg side of the map. That's it. GG Bunny takes the game.
Yeah, well done. Well done. I think RagnaroK, everything in the early and mid game did not go well for him. That 1 Ling counterattack really gave him, it brought him towards parity with Bunny, I think, but was not quite enough. Bunny did a great job of just reducing that base. And the attack RagnaroK did, it actually reminds me of a lot of his, like the one that killed that planetary, where Bunny then counterattacked and RagnaroK couldn't really field an army. That reminds me of a lot of his ZVP games. Yeah. Where he'll be like, all right, we're going to do this one push here. And it's got to do it. But he couldn't refill his army. That was the problem.
Yeah. Good game here from Bunny. And a super greedy build. It's kind of amazing RagnaroK didn't die earlier, but that shows, he is able to go tit for tat here against a build that strong. But yeah, ultimately he just ran out of map. Didn't have anywhere else to soak up resources, and so he couldn't do anything. We're going to go now over to Data C here for map number 2 as Bunny versus RagnaroK continues on.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Do it all day, Arthur.
All night at this point.
Yeah. Tell State, I'm like, well, I could do this for like maybe 4 hours, but then I get tired.
Team NG, Bunny.
There's almost nothing I can do all day.
That's true.
Yeah.
There's nothing I really want to do all day long. Like, I need breaks on everything.
Yeah.
Alpha X, RagnaroK.
I feel like this is like an elven poet saying the names. Alpha X, RagnaroK.
Storybook voice. I actually got confused for a second.
I'm excited about these.
Okay, all right.
I'm excited about these new maps, by the way, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Look, the attack looks really cool.
This is, for a little bit, I'm like, oh, wait, is a Zerg at the top right? And then I'm like, oh, this is a proxied hatchery.
That's a lot of SCVs.
Is that the right number? He has to know.
What he's trying to do is make sure it does not finish, right? Because Protoss know all about this. Like, they send the 4 probes, every single one of them, every time, right?
Yeah.
But that is so many SCVs that he just wants this gone.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom, it's not going to finish, I think, in time here.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Now, oh, God, this is where the math actually gets kind of hard. I assume that Terran's behind because he wasn't mining minerals, but also the Zerg had to cancel the hatchery.
Yeah, and it does cost a certain amount, but I like it from RagnaroK because he's playing like he's dictating a lot of what's going on, right? Even if he is slightly off from that, slightly behind, if he's practiced this a lot, how many times has Bunny practiced it? Not as many.
Not as many.
Well, actually, they are good friends and stuff, so like maybe actually he has practiced it a fair amount, in which case it wouldn't be as useful. But no, I like him taking initiative like that. And the thing is, there's like a lot of ways that can be dealt with. What if he only sends 4 down? Then suddenly maybe you get a creep tumor up, right? And that like costs a mule. And there's StarCraft is complicated. Clap my hands.
But again, you see RagnaroK open with that hatchery. It's like, yeah, he doesn't want to play a long game. He's coming in here to slow them down in any way he can. Maybe a little bit of a confidence boost there for Bunny, just seeing that. And so it's going to be a little bit of a slow start here. We're going to see if Bunny will be anywhere near as greedy as he was before.
Well, the Fast Command Center getting the factory up now, so definitely not as marine heavy. Definitely going to be later engineering base and everything as well.
And yeah, I mean, it could end up being almost exactly the same build as before, or we could see maybe like a little bit of an earlier push here. Now, I do wonder if there's any opportunities for RagnaroK to try to do anything cheesy here. I guess the most obvious one would be to do like a Nidus worm or something like that.
Yeah.
But
I somehow doubt he'll go for that. Like, I think Bunny's build in the first game was really nice because I'm sure that RagnaroK regrets the Roach Warren from game 1, right?
Right.
Whereas you look at this game, the Roach Warren would do better here because it's like 1 Marine and then Hellions, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly the 6 Roaches are like, oh, damn, you got to make a bunker, you're going to lose some amount of SCVs, that type of thing. But yeah, he's kind of like primed RagnaroK to be a little bit more careful about that. Now, a couple of Hellions coming out. We do have that starport coming up before a 3rd command center, so definitely a very teched out opener.
Yep. Hellion's going to come up here, but they're going to be deflected pretty quickly here by those Queens. Cloak is coming now onto the Banshee. So yeah, a very different type of tempo here. And another command center starts up as well.
There you go, yeah. With the Cloak and with the Hellions, you know, pretty standard overall. I feel like we see
He didn't make
more
any
often.
eBays yet, right?
No.
Okay, all right.
Not yet.
That's what I'm watching for next. Is there going to be 2 more eBays put down here?
Baneling Nest coming up here for RagnaroK. Definitely skipping over any Roach Warren type play. Maybe a Ling Bane Muta game from him, we'll see. The Hellions diving in here.
Yeah, and pretty well handled by RagnaroK, honestly.
Yeah.
Although I'm surprised that more of those Hellions didn't die. Good micro on both sides.
Yeah, he gets 2 drones for 2 Hellions. It's always funny when they dive in. Like, we've been diving in for 12 years now. And
I've never been a fan of the way the attack looked or sounded.
Oh, from Hellions?
From Hellions, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I feel like it just feels slow.
You know, actually, the reason I didn't play Terran in StarCraft 2 is not because Terran is the hardest race, even though it is, but because when I very first played it during like the closed beta or whatever,
yeah,
I made a bunch of Hellions because Vultures are like my favorite unit in StarCraft 1. I made the Hellions and I was like, this doesn't feel the same, and so I went with Zerg.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually forget that sometimes that you were with Zerg. I wouldn't write it to Protoss.
Oh, I know, Taste.
I would like looked at back.
You're gonna play Protoss in Stormgate, Taste.
I know.
Like,
we're gonna figure out which one you can rush. I'm gonna play that. I'm like, which one has Dark Templars? Okay, that's the race I play now. All right. Now, the Banshees are going to come in. We want to see if he can get that many kills, but I don't imagine this is going to be too wildly impactful here. But this is a very different game that RagnaroK is bringing us to. The Spire is coming along. He's getting a lot of Lings out here. He's going to go for Muta Ling Bane, which is, I think, a much more apt kind of fighting style that also allows you to not get harassed. Or if you do get harassed with drops, you just punish it and kill it.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to do much better on this map as well. This is a bigger map, you know? Like, the mobility of the Ling Bane Muta is going to do very, very well for him. And I just like Ling Bane Muta. I like it in general right now. I think it gives you like a lot of options on how to play it. And he showed, I think the best part of his previous game was that counterattack, and that's something that this type of strategy is going to do well with, especially with the strong tactics that Rag has been showing.
Call him Rags.
Rags.
Raggarino.
Yeah. He's got to have a nickname. Like, RagnaroK is like a little bit too corny. It's like, yeah, that's where the Vikings go when they die. I'm like, okay, or the end of the world, whatever. I don't care. I don't watch the Thor movies. But, and like, it's, I don't know. Let's just call him Rags, Tasteless.
By the way, push coming in here. Classic Bunny push with the pocketed tanks. And, you know, I think this should be more manageable. I mean, he is getting some nice kills, by the way, here.
10 mutas are going to pop. That's a pretty big deal. He is up 2 upgrades right now, which is pretty significant.
The creep spread was pretty good, so he has to hack through quite a bit before he's going to be able to engage. And I think this is actually the sign of a good player. He backs up. Because I'm looking at this from our perspective. I'm like, oh, he is going to get smashed.
Yeah.
But he sensed it. He went back.
That was an excellent pullback.
I really want to emphasize this. Like, sometimes the really most impressive moves in a game is when someone just knows to retreat. It's like, yeah, no, this is not going to work.
Yeah. And
I'm not going to blindly march across the map and lose all my stuff.
100%. Like, really, really, truly, this is a big thing that you see between, like, winning pros and then, like, just good players is, like, a retreat like that where you didn't even – it's not like he started to lose a battle. He just looked at what was going on. The beginning of it was good. He cleared a bunch of creep. He killed, like, a couple units, like an overseer or whatever. But yeah, that turnaround was fantastic. And like he just retains all of his units.
Okay, another drop over here. Very patient game here from Bunny. And there's a lot of tension building here on the map. Now, I don't think the Zerg can really engage it too close to the Terran either, right? There's quite a bit of respect on both sides being shown here as he chases it back. He looks for an opening, says, let's back up and wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But RagnaroK is a lot bigger and a lot more present on the map. If you look at the mini-map, we never got RagnaroK this big in the last game.
Certainly not.
You know, RagnaroK kind of got starved out. This game, he's looking a lot scarier. And frankly, and I think a lot of this comes down to the map, I feel like TVZ, the matchup, has so much about the map. And I know it's our StarCraft, the map always matters, but it really, you can like dictate a lot of the things that are going to happen in the game by looking at the shape of the map and the availability or lack thereof of expansions.
Like look at the creep spread. Look at how many bases RagnaroK already has 5. He's taking a 6th, and the creep spread is so far out.
Ooh.
Like, oh my God! The moment he put his toe on creep and RagnaroK jumps in there. I don't think, honestly, that was a good attack from RagnaroK, but he has such a big economy. I'm sure it's okay still. But yeah, I almost feel like Bunny right now, there's no real opportunity other than, you know, that newer style that Ryung and Maru have really championed of sitting there and making your opponent try to kill you. I do not like any scenario that I can see right now where Bunny attacks.
Yeah, right now RagnaroK looks like the Zerg in a campaign mission where they have the whole map and you got to like like build up an army and move out and get it. So I mean, this is just
Hydras are going to unburrow when he steps on the creep.
That's right. I always think, dude, you streamed yourself playing the campaign like a long time ago, and the chat was so funny. But I will never forget the moment where, like, Kerrigan makes this call to Jim Raynor, and like oh my God, big attack there. Kerrigan makes this call to Jim Raynor, and then like it's like a video call. You see her talking, and someone types in like infested cameraman, because that would mean there has to be somebody filming her. They have to have it all wired up, like just dying, man.
Oh my God, that's funny. It's like an infested cell phone for FaceTime.
There's like an infested Zerg sound guy that has to make sure her mics are all hooked up so she can talk. Like,
yeah, there are some incongruencies within that. My favorite being, of course, Zeratul nipples.
Yeah,
a race without mouths somehow has
nipples. Yeah. Nice Widow Mine there. He's going to have to evacuate here, and he can just nuke that planetary. The push is coming out from Terran. They are both maxed out, so a bit of a positional trade, although obviously Zerg has way more. I actually like the idea of Terran just sweeping through the bottom and trying to get into the main.
Really?
Yeah. I do not think you're going to be able to. I don't think you're going to be able to last otherwise.
Yeah. Well, it looks terrible for him right now. He lost a base. He's down to 3 again, and it's like RagnaroK is still on like 6 base. All right, here comes the Ling Bane. Let's see how good this engagement can actually be for Bunny.
I mean,
looks like maybe not good enough, Tasteless.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Terran did really well back there. The splitting was so good.
Like, we're at 89 drones. He's going to remake all this. And that group that we have out here, like, he needs to reinforce fully, but I don't think he can.
Yeah, we might be going to game 3 here. Zerg is already about to max out. We're just waiting for these Banes to finish.
And don't forget, when you see this, like, equal supply, like, Banelings are half a supply, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is not roaches.
It's easy to forget.
He is fine as far as his army goes.
I mean, without that base at 12 o'clock, or I guess in between 12 o'clock, dude, he can't do anything. I mean, I think we're going to be in game 3 in no time. This is a 3-base Terran to a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-base Zerg.
Jeez.
7-base Zerg right now.
Yeah. No, RagnaroK is dominating. Definitely using the right strategy here with the Ling Bane Muta. Looks like he is starting to pop out a few Hydralisks here. Like, I guess you could switch into Ling Bane Hydra if you don't want to use the Mutas anymore, which, yeah, I don't think there's any problem with that, especially if your opponent's going like Marine Marauder Mine type of composition. The Mutas are going to be a little bit less strong, and the Hydras actually are pretty good against that.
Okay. We're stimming. We're coming forward here. And again, it's just hard to imagine any position where Terran can hack and solve their way through so much of the stuff that the Zerg has. Zerg is basically able to take fights poorly and probably still win, and trade it efficiently and probably still win.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that, Taste, considering his economy is over twice as large right now. Like, the income is ridiculous. It's like 1,500 versus 3,800. That's crazy. RagnaroK he has complete control of everything. The thing is, Bunny has, like, a lot of supply still. He's got good upgrades and everything, so yeah, you stay in the game and you try to make something happen, but it feels like a long shot. You know, I think, you know, the pullback he did was really good, but then we were talking about how maybe you need to just go into that turtle mode, and instead he's been a little bit more active, and the activity has not played well for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a brutal game. But again, I mean, I think the map does say a lot about this. I mean, there's just such a big gap between where Terra needs to be and where Zerg needs to be safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it's taken like 3 scans to clear all the creep.
Yeah.
To get to a hatchery, that takes so long.
And he clears out that base again. I mean, Terran is going to mine out pretty soon here.
Yeah.
I think the writing is on the wall. I don't think this can really go any other way.
Oh, that was insane! That Widow mine, oh my god. That was a lot of banelings.
The problem, too, is that Terran has so little of the map that Zerg can always counterattack if they want, and there's only one spot that you need to hit, where there's so much to move through. I mean, Bunny's putting up a good fight, all things considered, but, you know, it's...
Yeah, Terran's always weak as they spread out and get counterattacked. Like, it's just always been the case, and it's been hard here for Bunny. Like, even that 4th base that's not that far away has been killed twice already. I almost feel like by the time that you lose a planetary to Banes, you maybe should stop making planetaries. You know, unless you're in the part of the game where you have so many command centers. You know, these games where Maru has like 6 command centers sitting around a planetary, then it's fine. But to just not have any recourse when the banelings come is always a sad thing.
I mean, basically, Zerg is just going to be extremely patient. He's going to let a few more of those Banes finish. And here we go. He's going to come in here now. Now, this is about as good of a spread as you know you could ever imagine. But the Zerg is just going to have too much. And even, you know, what the fight we're witnessing now, that's big. But the real story is in the supply number at the bottom of the screen, because everything that was killed has already been remade.
Yeah. RagnaroK instantly remaxes. Bunny does hit this top left. That's really nice. There's a lot of drones there.
This is actually kind of crazy that he got this hatchery at the top left and the one basically at, like, what, 9 o'clock there?
Yeah. But RagnaroK just rehatches everywhere immediately. Like, look, he's taking bottom right, he's taking top left. Hatcheries for days. 90 drones still. And Bunny, like, the amount of efficiency that he has to have, look at this, minus 35K versus minus 19K, right? So, like, his efficiency is vastly superior, not quite 2 times, but, you know, vastly superior. But when your opponent's mining this much, what can you do? Has to be more than that.
Yeah, he's going to come in again.
This is going to be...
This might be it here.
Takes out that planetary again.
Brutal game. And remember, RagnaroK opened up with a... What? I love that.
That was great.
Yeah.
He moved that so the Terran units could get through. He's like, he's blocking.
That was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, again, Zerg, the ending of the game is very simple. Zerg just keeps attacking that spot and remaking stuff.
Like, honestly, if he hadn't lost that 3 times and he had another base, I'd be like, oh, maybe. But in this situation, it's like so over, and he knows it, and RagnaroK knows it, and the people watching know it, and the people in the audience know it.
Yeah, everybody knows it. We're seeing this push come out, but again, if it's on 119 supply, I mean, when the army hatches, he's going to come over here and just clean this out. That 3rd base is almost mined out. We see 2 sparse patches there.
And lurkers come out.
Yeah.
I mean, we can GG now, Bunny. It is okay.
Yeah. I've used an expression before, but sometimes you're watching a battle, but this is really like watching a lion eat a gazelle.
I've never heard you say that before.
Really?
No, you say that all the time.
All the time. But it is apt. Like it is.
Yeah.
You look at this, you're like, well, this is like just watching him get killed off here.
Well, at this point, it's like a guy eating a microwave dinner. Right? It's not.
Yeah.
There was never a chance at this point.
All right, another attack up here. 68 supply for Bunny. We're going to go on into Game 3 in a second. Blinding Clouds come down. I mean, there's just nothing he can do. GG. RagnaroK takes Game 2. And that means we're going to go to Stargazers, Artosis.
All right. Just the best map name that there is. Could only be better if it was called Cork Stargazers. Okay. RagnaroK like laughing there. He really dominated that game.
Well,
that was
he
not even close
totally
at any
murdered
point.
him. But again, I think a good map for Zerg. If you're going to go for just, I'm going to keep expanding.
Totally.
Bunny, I don't know. I mean, nothing really worked out for him. Zerg gets too big, and you can't stop him. And so we're now going to close this series out with our final game, Game 3 here. Bunny versus RagnaroK continuing on here as we are in the first match in Group A of the round of 10.
All right. Let's see who is going to take this down. Obviously, this is a really important match. These are both guys that could make it into that round of 6.
All right, let's get that game loaded up.
Team NV, Bunny. Alpha X, RagnaroK.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, one of the more important matches because, right, 3 people will advance. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think GuMiho is going to advance. I do think he's a little bit weak compared to some of these guys.
Excellent. Getting it off the bucket list. From Australia, welcome.
I love it. Bucket list of one thing.
That's right.
But yeah, so I think GuMiho is not that big of a threat. Like, I mean, he could make it. He's a great player, but just throwing that out there. And then if you look at it, it's like Hero is like a shoo-in, right, to get through. Like, he will definitely get through. And Solar has been playing very well. So it's like between these two, I feel like these two, like, they could both make it, but there's a decent chance one of them will make it. And then if they are hitting about that same area as far as results, whoever wins this match is very likely to be the one that goes forward. So it's just this feels like such an important first match for the group when you kind of look at it in context with the other players. And then I get everything wrong, and Hero goes out, and like GuMiho wins the group. And
okay, well, this map is very different from our other two, in that both players start in the top, and you start to expand further and further down. But I don't think this map it is different from the last map in that you don't have these 2 wide directions you can reach out to keep growing. Which makes the Terran's job a little bit simpler.
Yeah, and one thing I like about Stargazers, by the way, is you see those bottom left and bottom right bases. Notice how they angle in a little bit.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was a straight line down, this would be like a ridiculous Zerg map.
Yeah.
Like that, because that's something that we see a lot of times when when it's not like diagonal spawns, but instead on one side. The very corner bases are like impossible for Terran to attack in the matchup. We saw that so many times in the past on various maps with that same main base layout. So like that, I feel like that's a very intelligent fix.
Yeah.
I didn't actually read like the map notes, what they were thinking, the creator, but I bet you that has something to do with it, putting that just a little bit closer.
Okay. So he's going to just swap the CC over there for now. RagnaroK, by the way, I kind of talked about how he likes to have these timing attacks and be tricky, but as far as standard play goes, he looks fine.
Yeah.
Very able to hold his own against Bunny.
Yeah, he can kind of do everything.
So, oh my God.
Well, that's a good scout.
That was nice.
He sees the 3 racks. That's so good.
So the idea is that this is supposed to be a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing sadder than having that get spotted because Marines are already so slow. It's like, well.
Now, I think he's making a spine at those back mineral patches.
Yeah. Because
that would have been a hilarious thing if you don't have anything there to block some SCVs, mining that out.
Yeah.
Like Bunny just rolls in and kills it. So, yeah, I do believe that's where that spine is going up. The Bioforce just walking towards the front, but... Oh, no, never mind. I guess it's just right at the front right there. Never mind.
Huh.
How many minerals are in those patches that lead
I
into
actually
the
don't
natural?
know. I was just envisioning this funny game where, like, if it was like, even if there was a spine there, if you took like all your SCVs, you know what I mean? It's like pulling the boys, but you also need them to like mine out these minerals.
Well,
and then
here's what you really do, Tasteless, is you bring a couple SCVs over and you float a barracks over it, and then you drop mules on it so they can't target the mules.
That's so funny. So Terran's looking for a fight. Let's see if the Zerg's going to give him one. Looks like he's going to back up for a little bit now.
Definitely the right choice. You're not going to break that.
Yeah,
front.
you're just not going to get in there.
Look at that.
+1 attack is coming here. The starport's almost finished, so we don't have any medevacs in this game just yet.
What is this?
Ooh, gets one queen.
I'm a little bit surprised he's doing this.
This can't possibly work, right? I don't understand what I'm seeing.
Yeah, like
he needs to be careful. He could just be chased by lings and surrounded and killed.
I don't think you can really convince me that losing Marines right now for like a queen is good. I think I would be very hard to convince. I would be that guy at the table with the sign. You know that meme?
Yeah.
I'd be that guy. Tasteless is holding my hand and I'm looking at another caster. That meme too, Tasteless.
This is brutal. I don't see this working for Terran. I feel like Banelings with speed are just going to destroy this. When you don't have medevacs with the Marines, it really is a different game. You don't have the flexibility to, experiment with attacking them, and then if it's not good for you, you just run away. But I guess he's also getting control of where the 4th base would be.
Well, he has his medevacs just now popping out.
Yep.
And I mean, he's got a pretty solid Marine count. I feel like he should, because the Marines they scale better than like Lings, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the more you get, the more powerful they are. So losing any to kill like a queen there, I don't really understand. I mean, I understand he's trying to put pressure on, but I don't know if he really, like, I guess let's just see what he does with this group now that he has the medevacs.
Okay, so he's going to be coming over there again. Nice little scoop pickup. Tanks are going to be coming out here, and now, he can really start to try to build pressure. It is kind of a different way of playing than what we've seen from a lot of these other games here.
Yeah.
I don't know how effective it's going to be, but keep in mind, I mean, the Zerg is kind of stuck. If you can't, a lot of times we see games where, like, they attack the 4th, and that's sort of the deciding moment. Okay, did Terran win, or is the game going to go on? But this is a different approach where he's basically pressuring the 4th so that it never happens.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Now he's going to pick up. He's going to dive right over here. He's going to have the tank on the outside of the mineral patch, which again is going to be a huge headache here. And this does seem to be a very weak point over here. Yeah. Oh my God, the hatch is so low. He's just going to YOLO on it.
Okay, he gets it. He does lose actually a kind of large amount of Marines there. And obviously the siege tank going to go down.
It seemed like it was almost a great idea until he lost too much of his stuff.
Yeah.
This can be misleading. This is actually something I had a problem with when I first started playing StarCraft, like in my teens, is I didn't appreciate that, like, if I YOLO my attacking units onto an expansion, I had to learn over time, like, oh, that might, even if I kill the base, then I lose my army. That's actually worse for me. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Like, there's all these things you have to learn from playing over time, but I remember looking at that.
This is like a really interesting dropping carpet bombs the Marines out on top of like 10 queens there, man.
Yeah, and it seems like Zerg was confident he could win that fight for a little bit, but he's killed so many queens. Is he just going to keep killing us?
No, it looks like it's over now. But he did kill a lot of queens there. But he is not really retaining his army, which can be a little bit scary. It's funny because as upgrades get finished, these smaller groups of bio, like in very small fights, actually do very well, even though a lot of times what you are looking for is critical mass. So yeah, it's an interesting way that Bunny is trying to approach this one.
Okay. He's going to come in again, I think. I mean, there's a decent amount of energy on these medevacs. He could have enough to sustain here for a little bit. And even though, we have more bases coming down to the bottom here, keep in mind that, while this base, could be replaced at the bottom, he's going to start having access to the main. And that's the other way that Zerg loses. It's not about expansions drying up. Oh, God. There's just so many Banes, though.
Ooh. He gets the hatchery again. He loses all the tanks. He loses an amount of the Marines. It's really interesting the way that this one's being played out. Like, this is a fun way that Bunny is going about it, right? Like, he is non-stop pressure here.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. So, I am worried that over time, this isn't going to go anywhere for Bunny. He's cleaning up those bases, but these two bases at the bottom are just going to go untouched.
Yeah.
And it seems more and more like every time we see him attack out, RagnaroK's able to just clean it up pretty easily.
If he can snap that base real quick with that little double drop that hasn't been seen. Like, look, he's dropping up here, and that's drawing units in that direction, and now these Marines can maybe get rid of this hatchery.
Well, he's going to go for drones, and he is going to get him.
Some nice targeting there as well.
Yeah, that was pretty good. He's going to attack in here again. This is actually pretty taxing for the Terran, by the way, because you're trying to deal with two different screens and what you can manipulate around that. And, to be honest, it's you make one mistake like this. He beat me to it. I was going to say, to be honest, if you just aren't watching at the right time, you will just lose everything, and so that's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good chunk of units that he just lost right there, and that's a lot of pressure in that bottom left that he no longer has. He's getting rid of a bunch of this creep. Continues to just, like, lean on RagnaroK.
Oh, you know what's funny? This Baneling's nest is just right there. Now, I want to point out, if he could kill that and then win the fight and take out the Banes, it would be a while before the Zerg would have anything that he could combat this with. If you don't have Banes, you just probably can't win the fight. Baneling is the best thing in the game.
All right, tries to bring in some Liberators here. Hydra Queen going to be able to push that back. Yeah, I think the Hydras were actually a very good call here.
Yeah.
Just add a little bit more punch to your army here. You can maybe punish the medevacs a bit. It is a little bit harder to defend that one area that Bunny keeps hitting, but
it also is worth noting that there's actually not a lot of other places for Zerg to go here on this map. I mean, we'll probably see continued tension around that kind of backdoor base that Zerg no longer has control of. But yeah, I mean, as Terran is expanding considerably slower than the Zerg in this game, if the game goes on and on and on and on, eventually Zerg's going to probably run out of resources at one of these critical exterior points, like the one we're seeing here now. He's not watching, and this is painful. Okay.
Just in the nick of time there. All right, moving this army down. A lot of Link Bane coming in. Yeah, turns around very smartly there. That is a lot of siege tanks. This gold base in the middle. Again, a bit optimistic. It's a lot of Lings, but not a lot of anything else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so,
I didn't see the Marines for a second. I'm like, he just has tanks there.
I'm not sure what he's trying to get done here. Feels like Bunny has done a good job utilizing that back expansion and then, like, just really doing this 3-base mass.
Yeah.
I think what RagnaroK needs to look for is to push this into a game where Bunny needs a 4th base, though. Because you see him running around and he's getting literally 0 done with his army.
Okay. Drives the Lings away again. It does feel like we're just about at the moment where Bunny's going to have to find a place to commit to. Zerg could have opportunities to try to counterattack this 4th base. It's going to be landed over here. This was an issue that Bunny had in the last game, and ultimately it was like how he was taken out, is that there was one easy spot to just hit over and over again, and if you hit that, then the Terran has lost, half or more than half of the income.
Oh my god, look at this roll-in right here from RagnaroK. He's taking out all of the Siege Tanks. The Banelings continue to chase down these Marines. And yeah, RagnaroK going to get on top of these last 2 Siege Tanks as well. The Bane's going to push everything back, and that's painful for Bunny. Look at his plummet in supply here. Very little left over.
Yeah, this is going to get worse for Bunny, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, this base being denied is actually huge. It would have been better for him if he could kill it. But, you know, Zerg has got the income here. And he's going to be able to easily remake that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that backyard base get taken in a little bit here, too.
Yeah. Well, at this point, Bunny, like, he's going to have to start actually spending units to defend. Like, he just used a wall and his rally point for the longest time at the natural. But here it's like, okay, well, you want to put pressure on, but your army is small, and you also need to defend this. So how do we do all these different things that you need to do? Which does open up RagnaroK to have like safer expansions and, you know, not be afraid of them necessarily falling.
Okay, so Bunny's still barely in this game, right? I mean, as long as he's got a base that's got resources at it, he's not going to try to leave this here, and he's backed up quite a bit. But I'm worried about the window of time it's going to take for him to get another army out here and try to come out and fight, and the fact that probably Zerg can just slap that down again and maybe even come in and close it out.
Yeah. Yeah, the Lurker's starting to come out. Getting all those Lurker upgrades, and, I mean, he's switching up exactly what he's doing here. Definitely feels like a game where Bunny needs to kind of turtle a little bit here. You know, you might have to just split map, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I guess there is the possibility that he'll have a counterattack potential coming up because, like, RagnaroK is generally aggressive player, and here he is with a bunch of Lurkers. He might Armani those Lurkers.
Yeah.
He might just run everything up and lose it.
Yeah, he might just YOLO it up there. Terran needs a 5th base here. I like the Lurkers up here, by the way. This is actually quite a headache.
That's so cute, Lurker drop. Very
by the way,
to deal
infantry
with.
armor level 3 finishing as the attack is going to come in here.
Oh my god, these blinding clouds are
these
just
are brutal,
massive.
man.
God, he's going to be able to get that command center.
And again, you know, Terran doesn't have much to work with. It looks like he's going to float a CC over here down just below the, you know, that position we're looking at over here. But he's lost, again, another important base that's going to allow him to have any longevity in this game.
And the income for RagnaroK looks like it did in the previous game now. He's up at like 3,800 minerals per minute.
Yeah.
Right? So that's bad. He's got the gold base down in the mid, bottom. It's look at this. Anitis is coming up. He's getting his 3-3, more Vipers. And Bunny is sitting here at 138 supply, 49 workers. I do not see Bunny winning this game. Takes that base to the south, but like that's his 4th, right? And he's not actually mining all that much, and he doesn't have that many workers, and his army's not that good. There's a lot of problems for him right now.
Okay, oh, Knight is coming in here. This is actually where he could probably pry open Bunny. I mean, you just look at this position where it's like, oh, now he can't possibly cover all these areas. And he hasn't done anything to stop this just yet. The Nidus is going to finish. And the Lurkers, oh, just 2 are going to come out. How funny. He really wants to just make sure there's 2 Lurkers there, Artosis.
It's his favorite thing to attack that base with, is 2 Lurkers.
But it does draw some of the units away here. Nice pull over here to take those Liberators out so easily. Oh, yoinking everything over here.
Oh, my God. He pulled the tablecloth under the army. Just dragged it all off the table. Yeah, I mean, RagnaroK is just, he is forever maxed right now. His economy is ridiculous. He's keeping so much pressure on.
Yeah.
Bunny holds these attacks, but that's all.
Yeah.
I don't. His army is not getting better or anything like that.
No, and you know, he's done with upgrades, you know, for the main army here. But yeah, I mean, RagnaroK is continuing to soak up so many resources here. Another Nidus comes in. I think we're going to slowly see Bunny die out here. And I got to say, I'm kind of surprised. I really thought that Bunny had a better shot, but RagnaroK looking considerably stronger here. And Bunny really not able to do much of anything here in the mid game.
No, he did have a hard time. Like, he used a very alternate strategy that we don't really see all that much.
Yeah.
It's hard to just force a win onto Zerg. It was actually really fun to watch. Like, I enjoyed very much what Bunny was trying to do there. But at the end of the day, like, RagnaroK just kind of holds on and holds on and holds on, and now we're in this position that is just not winnable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to recover here. Another Nidus is going to be coming down. And really, this base right over here with these two command centers, that's the last hope. That's the only thing that's keeping Bunny in this game. And it looks like right now RagnaroK's ready to close in on it, and I just don't think there's going to be enough of anything here. Oh, my God, with perfect blinding clouds.
Yeah, his blinding cloud usage has been really, really good today.
Yeah, remarkable play from RagnaroK. GG. Game 3 goes to him, and he is now has one win in the best of 3 here in Group A.
Yeah, that's a big deal for him. Bunny going to be a little bit sad by that. I think he still has potential to make it out, but that's tough. Like, if Bunny is going to make it out, he needs to beat Solar or Hero, right?
Yeah.
Those are going to be tough games. It's doable, though. It's doable. He's a great Terran player.
Yeah, well, they're tough for Bunny there, but obviously RagnaroK, very clean play, very methodical, just slowly overcame Bunny back there. Bunny did put up a good fight in the end, but man, we got the Niduses coming up in the main, and then attacks like that in the front. It's hard to deal with. Guys, we'll be right back.
Chances, but there's a reason that I can't get over it. Did you ever wonder how to play the part? Well, what I'm looking for was never casual. 'Cause you're a part of me, I can't move on from it. You and I can't get over it. You and I, all this love ain't make-believe. Well, maybe there's a reason, but don't you hide the love that you're feeling on the inside. For you and I. minute.
실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼, 홀릭 점심엔 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼, 홀릭 점심엔 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
Today's matchup. Hero. Bunny. RagnaroK. GuMiho. Solar. Round of 10. Group A. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
All right, welcome back. RagnaroK was able to take out Bunny in a pretty long series overall. Very well played. I did enjoy that series. That was nice. Now we're going to go up to Hero against Solar.
I want to see if Hero's going to use that style that we saw in the past. It's kind
Gateway Man, yeah.
Yeah, Gateway Man, Mass Expand. Hero, of course, the champion of Season 2 and kind of a remarkable finals. Protosses don't win GSLs, really. It's an extremely rare thing. But when Hero's here, and honestly, Hero looked so good last season, I would not be shocked if he just started winning a couple more GSLs. And that would be so cool to see.
That would be really cool to see. I would love to have, CEST came really close to getting that third GSL as a Protoss, but no one's been able to do it. Like CEST and MC, the only guys that have gotten the two, right? So, I would love to have Hero kind of continue that. But this is going to be a little bit of a hard test. The thing is, Hero he's so fluid. Like he has such a big range. His micro is so strong. His macro is so strong. He's a very good Protoss player right now, and very different from a lot of the other guys that have been championship quality. But one thing I do want to mention from Solar's side is I think he's one of the smarter Zergs. And he's actually come up with a lot of original stuff for Zerg. There's a lot of, he was the first Lingbane Hydra guy. He did a lot of Swarm host stuff that doesn't exist anymore, but he was the founder of a lot of different strats. So he is a decent guess for who might solve the type of style that Hero has been tending towards in the matchup.
Yeah, it should be a fun one here. We're going to start this off on Waterfall, then Inside and Out, and Data C for our map lineup.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day. There's nothing that I cannot say.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. On-site gaming, Solar.
So yeah, let's get into this. Let's see what exactly Hero's got in store for us. Welcome, guys. Good to have you here. So we did have a pro block over there on the natural, so he's going to take the base that's pointed a little bit further out. Is that going to change the way the game goes? Maybe. I mean, we'll see if Hero has something special planned here, but I don't feel like the early game is as significant when we're watching Hero here. Oh, excellent drawing.
That is a sick picture.
Excellent from Canada.
You look like a gangster or something there, man. I love it.
They even had my head at kind of the right angle because I slouch when I sit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I had the kind of Bernie Sanders head position.
I don't think they made your head big enough, but it's pretty good.
But yeah, I want to see this style again from Hero. And if not, I want to see if it's going to be anything even crazier. Because Hero, you know, when he came back, and this was always the case for him, he didn't seem to be as interested in what the trends were with the other Protoss players. And I do think Protoss is a race that you can express your play in more so than like some of the other races.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It just rewards creativity and ingenuity a little bit with the way the tech tree builds out. But yeah, I mean, when he did that kind of gateway man style, it actually like when I watch it when I'm casting, I'm like, God, how do you actually stop this? Like Stalkers and especially comboed with Oracles, but just Stalkers alone, they trade out so effectively. You can blink away. You're always going to be killing Zerglings or something that's coming at you. And, you know, they're already fast as standalone units.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's so much that it does, like, fundamentally within the game, that type of style. I do have to mention that we have a Forge starting. This is incredibly rare to see a Forge at this time. This is
almost unheard of.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this. The only thing I can think is he'll get a quick +1 and do some sort of push with that. But I'm really, really interested in what this could be. Like, I'm trying to think, like, well, the last time I remember a Forge this quickly might have been some sort of Immortal push. Maybe, but I'm not even 100% sure on that. I'm, like, really scraping through my brain trying to think back.
Yeah, well, okay, so what... I actually don't know off the top of my head if there's some kind of specific incentive to get the +1 this fast because maybe one unit can kill X, could kill another unit with X number of shots less or something.
Yeah, Zealots against Zerglings are the same, right? As StarCraft 1. And then, I mean, like if you're going to be going Stalkers, for instance, which I think is pretty likely, any attack upgrades are going to be amazing here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, attack upgrades for ranged units are always amazingly strong.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I guess just the straight math of Zealots versus Zerglings can be nice. It doesn't change what the Adept does at all. So I think when I see the +1, the only two units I think about for this matchup are Stalker and Immortal. And I mean, Immortal pushes they don't exist anymore.
Yeah,
so.
They used to be all we'd see in the matchup.
Yeah.
Now the Overlord's going to come in here. He's really trying to figure out what in the hell is going on in this base. Does he see the Forge? I don't think he's going to ever get in range to see that.
Just barely not, yeah.
Let's just get the confirm here. Yeah, doesn't see it. Doesn't see anything, by the way. So really has no ideas.
When you see two Stalkers, I think you know that it has to be blank.
Sure.
Why would you get two? Like one, yeah, you push an Overlord out, but two?
Yeah, no, two could be the giveaway. But again, just not seeing it, not having any of that confirming there.
Oh my God. He's getting a second Forge.
Oh, whoa. Oh, I'm glad you actually pointed that out, Artosis. I might have missed that.
That's crazy. Oh, no.
Okay. He's gonna have to recall
that was
those.
great from Solar. He kills the Stalker, forces the recall, and I believe he will just easily cancel this and get the pylon. Like, this was a golden move from Solar. My God. So absolutely awesome and amazing. +1 armor gets started, and +2 attack should get started now as well. Oh, God. Solar runs in with the Lings?
He's kind of everywhere right now, man. And, you know, I'm really excited to see how this game's going to look. But honestly, Solar is, like, beating up Hero so much. Hero might just be in bad shape as the game goes on and die out that way. This is a lot of kills, man. 5 already.
Yeah, this looks really, really bad. Definitely want to see him get that +2 attack. Like, he made the Forge. Let's get the upgrades with it. But what a tough position after these nice moves from Solar. Now the Robo coming up. That third Nexus will eventually finish here. Hallucination going across for that Scout. Lots of Ling Roach for now.
So, yeah, I mean, things have been very greatly slowed down. It should be noted, though, these upgrades are still coming along here. So, the Zerg may be a bit surprised by how strong the army is going to be. But, losing, getting denies on thirds, losing probes like that, these are all very bad signs for the Protoss. When we saw Hero dominate with this kind of gateway man style, he had gone uninterrupted up until the push came out.
Yeah. So the Ling harassment has been fantastic. Now, this I am so interested in. I think he's going to go Colossus Tasteless.
Oh, that would be okay. That would make sense, actually.
Yeah, and with like +2 attack Colossi to help clear out these Lings, that could be pretty awesome. But this is definitely not the same Gateway Man. I thought it was going to be like a mod. Oh, it's actually going to be a Disruptor. Now, Disruptors generally go with the Stalkers a bit better. But I thought with the double Forge that maybe, and against this many Lings, the Colossus to me feels a little bit better against the Lings and everything.
I think, if you have 1 or 2 Colossi, and they can just fry the Lings,
but to be fair, like if you're going to pop 1 unit out in case of attack, the Disruptor's way better.
All right, here we go. Not bad with the force fields, honestly. Yeah. Disruptor shot coming through and gets the Ravager. Beautifully done.
2 of them, in fact.
But, how much more can he take right now? He's going to go over that pylon on the low ground. Lings and Roach is going to spill up here up on the top.
Oh, he gets it back to the overcharge. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. He blinked back so he could wiggle it into range, and he saves the Disruptor.
That was wild, man.
Yeah, he pushes everything back.
Maybe a bit of an overextension there from Solar, who's now supply blocked, by the way.
Yeah. Lots of workers on both sides here. +2, +1 is just about to be all done. That +2 armor already coming up. Stalker's just walking up to clear a little bit of creep.
And yeah, man. I mean, it's been an interesting game so far here, but I will say, Solar is starting to really stack these bases, man. And at this point in time, I'm kind of wondering if Hero is going to be able to do anything. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of this goes back to some of those engagements early on.
I honestly think it's going to come down to Disruptor shots.
Yeah,
because it's like pretty heavy Ling Bane, and that it's really hard to connect the Disruptor shots correctly against that. Right? They kind of can be spread out. They're right on top of your units a lot of the times. Obviously, if you hit like a big clump of Banes or something, that's going to be an amazing hit.
All right, he blinks in here. Interesting to see him instant blink in there, since there is a cooldown.
Yeah.
You don't know where Lings or Banes could be later on.
If they happen to be really close, he could be in trouble from that.
Yeah, he's going to have to recall this. Oh, wow, really good recall. Gets every single one.
I thought for sure he'd be leaving like 3 behind.
That was like a really good click right there. I'm kind of blown away.
Yeah. Bunch of angry Zerg players. Wow, the bar's pretty low. He clicked the Stalkers into a circle. It's so sick. Wow, that pro gamer. GSL champion.
We got Banes hitting on both sides here. A lot of probes are going down.
Disruptor shots coming out. That is a lot of Ling Bane, man. That is very hard to play against. And as you can see, like the Disruptors are having a harder time hitting. This is why I kind of thought we were going to see a Colossi here. I think if you have like 3 Colossi there, you might actually just grind that down pretty well.
Man.
But
it does seem like this style of play, these Banes are just clicked onto the Disruptors. Like, it's actually so funny to follow this. It seems like that Stalker Gateway Man style, it needs to come out at a very specific time. And the harass from Solar kind of stopped it.
Yeah. I don't know, like, he might have been planning to go Disruptor the entire time, too. Like, Disruptors are amazing, so you can't really fault him for that. And he's got, like, some really fantastic upgrades right now. He is so out-upgraded Solar, but Solar's actually catching up. Like, his 2-1 is actually going to finish for his Lings, which is nice. Adrenal on the way. Some High Templars coming out, so going to get some Archons. +3 attack is getting very close to being done as well. Look at this, an Immortal. It's a very different play here from Hero from what I'm used to seeing.
He's got a different approach to the matchup, that is for sure.
Yeah, and it's even different from his different, you know? It's like something, it's something completely different.
Something pretty fresh.
Yeah.
Small counterattacks are going to come in here again. Hero only on these 3 bases here. He can end up losing a lot more probes in this process.
Oh, very nice blink over to the side there.
Yeah.
Blocking those Banes, keeps his probes alive, very importantly.
You know, the problem is that I just don't see Hero maxing out anytime soon. So I feel like Zerg is going to have a lot more opportunities to come in and start to trade out pretty effectively.
Yeah, yeah. And there's actually Ultra's Cavern coming on the way. And look at this, an Ultra coming out. That's actually awesome. I think the Ultra actually has some real potential to help out here, too.
Yeah.
There's like 1 Immortal. You know, Disruptor Shot doesn't kill Ultra. I mean, Ultra's, you know, the high armor, run right in there with the Ling Bane. I like it. You don't see Ultras that often against Protoss, like, until you get, like, 2 Sky Toss comps, right?
Right.
Then Dark Style comes into play a little bit, but this is not one of those games, so it's kind of cool to see.
Okay, the push is coming in again. You know, it's going to be these Disruptor shots. Oh, my God!
Oh, that was a really
Take a few more like that, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That was an absurdly good shot.
That was ridiculous. All right, more shots coming out.
He's doing a pretty good job, honestly, with this push. And suddenly, Solar could be in trouble here.
Yeah, he's like just, oh my God, the Ultras are just getting completely destroyed here. Banes come in.
He hit that one with like 3 Disruptor shots.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's trying to heal it up and everything. Another Ultra coming down. There is still an Immortal here, which is a problem for that Ultra.
Yeah,
look at him chunk that down with his +3 Immortal attack.
It is insane.
Oh my God, the one shot and the Ultra's like almost done.
That was a funny blink. I mean, I kind of am almost in disbelief as to what I'm seeing here, but I mean, you know, this goes to show you what you can do with good control.
Yeah.
Oh my God, and another one right on the Queens. These are like the best Disruptor shots of StarCraft 2.
They're pretty absurd.
Oh my God, he's not even mining.
Yeah, Hero actually is having a very hard time back there at home. Look at this, traps the Ultra in there, does end up killing it off. Archon coming to the front. Might be able to kill these 2 hatches, man. It is a possibility. That is so funny.
This is such a wild game. I think Hero could still win if he just kind of makes what he has.
His production is very low right now, though.
Yeah, but the thing is like the Zerg is bleeding out too many units. I think he might have hemorrhaged too much here.
Yeah, I think he should have given up these 2 hatches. Like, fighting for these.
Yeah.
Look at him smile. He's, like, laughing and smiling.
Oh, my God.
Hero's
what
economy,
a game.
I think Hero's economy was badly enough hurt that maybe if Solar just... Because the thing is, if you're not fighting the entire time, Hero will kill both the hatches that he was at right there, those 2 hatches. But Solar still had 3 bases other than that, so maybe if he pulls back, reinforces, maybe he hits the mass that he needs to actually clear that Stalker-based army.
Yeah. Man, that was like... We've casted a lot of crazy games in GSL, but like that comeback was wild.
That was good.
And the fact
that was
that it was
nice.
that much of a nail biter, he didn't even have any workers, so like he had to just have the last few fights go perfectly.
I love the double forge too, Tastes. That was really cool. Very fresh.
Yeah, very different. And you really saw, you know, he was able to, with the micro, deal so much extra damage. Zerg just wasn't able to do it. And those Disruptor shots, man, my God. Yeah. All right, guys, our map's loaded up. This is Inside and Out. Right now, Hero with a 1-0 lead over Solar.
Can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day. There's nothing that I cannot see.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Onside Gaming, Solar.
Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a cool game. Forge. So I guess we're gonna see a cannon rush.
Oh, look at this. Okay.
Like, whoa, the +1's even faster this time. +1 before gateway. He's crazy, Tasteless.
Let's do this.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Look at this big, bad gamer over here.
Well,
he can't get down there?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Sometimes it doesn't make sense what fits where or what can't get somewhere. Let's look at it. Cannon.
Yeah, throws that down. And
Cannon.
A Cannon.
Yeah. But he can make cannons on the high ground, too. The shield battery energy, or no, sorry, the pile energy goes up. It can go up and down.
Oh, he's going to pop this pylon. The cannon's almost done, though. He's not going to be able to kill it before it warps in, so he's just going to go ahead and run. Second cannon gets... And look, he actually gets to cancel the hatch, so... And then, of course, Hero cancels there as well.
Oh, I thought he was going to start making cannons on the high ground and try to hit the pool.
Well, yeah, I guess if he had popped up and threw a pylon there immediately, that would have been a possibility.
People are watching this like, well, this is what my BattleNet experience has been like.
Yeah.
Finally, a game that speaks to me and my StarCraft experiences.
It can be very cathartic, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I think everyone has been through those things where, like, you see the dirtiest, cheesiest Russian GSL, and you're like, finally. You're like, I knew this could be pro gamers.
This has to work at pro level too, right?
Yeah. It's like, yes, it does. Cannon Rush absolutely can work at pro level.
Interesting to see Hero just ditch it the moment he forces the cancel.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right play for sure. I think if you're gonna do the all-in Cannon Rush where you wall the top of your ramp and then like you're building a robo there, that's one thing. But when it's like this and you have a wall at your natural, I think you're looking to expand at the first possible moment.
What is he gonna kill this? Oh my God, he almost killed that queen, man.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Good micro there from Hero.
Hero, I think at this point in time just has by far the best micro in GSL.
Yeah, I can't really argue. I mean, I'm trying to think, like,
maybe Mario
still has good micro. Mario has great micro. Yeah, I think you have to put Mario up there as well. But Hero was always top 2 micro for Protoss. Like, always, it was him and Parting. Like, they have always outshone everybody else in the micro realm of Protoss.
And you know, this really hinders the Zerg early on, right? I mean, the third base is later. You haven't even been able to connect the creep highway, so queens are, you know, obviously very slow off of that. And yeah, I want to see what the follow-up attack is here, but there's definitely going to be a timing coming in here soon from Hero.
Yeah, he's making the Adepts and Oracles, and that's like basically the best way to go ahead and punish split hatcheries like that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to run in between those two bases, and obviously your first expansion that finishes has to have a lot of drones, so there's a lot of areas that you can kind of attack. The separation of the creep, very, very important. Whereas if you let them get the regular natural, right, if that one is full of drones, it's so much easier to block your drones from dying.
Yeah, and as this pressure is going to come in, I mean, even seeing those little lings get sniped there, that can start to add up, man. Especially as these Adepts are going to be coming. Third Nexus comes down here, so I'm sorry. I thought he was going to be putting pressure on a little bit sooner, but I guess not.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of controlling the game reasonably well with the Oracles right now. Seems pretty safe. +1 melee here for Solar. I like to see it. That's interesting to me in a way, right? Because he did utilize the Lings in the previous game really, really well, like that surround on the Stalkers and then the canceling of the Nexus. And then just in general, the usage of the Lings I thought was really strong. I mean, he lost the game, so whatever, but I like that. And since there's a Stargate out already, that's like always a good time to get +1 melee, right? You don't really want to be going roaches against someone that might make voids.
Nicely done there. Going to drive these out. And again, he could just easily one-shot that. Bit of a misclick there. Bit of a misclick. Hits the... why can I not remember what this is? Spore Crawler. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. It's been 12 years. Forgot the name of that building.
The shooty thing.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get that Overlord kill. And again, this is all setting up for when that pressure comes here from Hero.
Second Forge is coming up right now.
Yeah, and isn't this cool? I mean, Hero, coming out of a GSL win, has already re-innovated the matchup again. He still likes the Stalker, sets and the pressure, but now he goes with upgrades to make that even more robust.
I like that a lot.
To be honest,
he's got a target on his back, right?
Yeah, well, this is how you can end up winning another championship in a row. A lot of times people come in here and they basically perfected the style, and then they try to ride that style through several seasons, right? While everybody else is studying them and trying to figure out where the weakness is. But he's come in here and, again, got us some very novel ideas at play. Now, I don't remember when the Forge was made in the other games. It was a kind of a not unique time to make a Forge in the past season.
Oh, yeah, last
it was like
season
after the third
about.
base or something.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely got upgrades, but this is a much more Forge-centric build. Well, the last game especially, but I mean, to see 2 Forges this quickly, it's exciting. I'm loving this. It's just so nice to have fresh stuff like this. Now, Prism coming up. Charge is coming as well. Templar Archives, so we might see some Zealot Archon action here. But 10 Roaches being made. Okay. So he has +1 melee, and he has switched into Roaches, and he is getting the Spire. So, honestly, the Roaches are a very good call here.
Yeah, I really like this.
And I'm not even sure how he's making that call in a lot of ways. Like, I guess he's seen some Adepts. He hasn't really seen Stalkers. So, you know, against Zealots, Archons, Adepts, all those.
That's actually kind of annoying. He can't morph that into the Archon yet.
Yeah, he wants to, for sure, make these Archons and then do the Zealot warp in. But the Roaches are going to, you know, they fight better against that. Blink coming up as his follow-up. 4th Nexus. Here we go.
Yeah. And again, it's usually after the 4th Nexus. That's when the pressure starts coming in there. He'll have a lot of setups with his structures to kind of barricade off counterattacks, make that a little bit harder. Yeah, you got to be careful, man. You know, Oracles will gun down Link so quickly here. Archon Harass inbound here. Well, one of them is. One's a pacifist Archon. The other one's going to attack.
You know,
I will damage everything but kill nothing.
My brain is really racing while I watch the way that he's playing this season and kind of comparing it to last season. It feels like he's taking, it feels like what he created last season was an unfinished product. And I think that this is the next stage.
Dude, I think that is a very, very smart way to look at it.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't think he's like, I have to change this. I think it's more like he continued to work on it and theorize behind it and practice it.
He kept labbing it, and he's like, actually, why not just get the Forges faster?
Yeah, and also, like, we are seeing things like Immortals, which we did not see previously, right?
Yeah.
And we're seeing Disruptors that we did not see previously. It feels like he's taking what he learned about expansion speeds and gateway unit strength, and he's adding in all the other things that we already knew about Protoss, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I feel like I'm looking at right now, and it's exciting.
Okay, the mutas are continuing to roam and generate threats here. And until these mutas get chased out, there's no way the Protoss could push. We even see the Warp Prism basically try to chase it. You don't really ever see this, by the way. This is so sick.
I love it. I love the Archon
it's like
juggle.
This weird moving shot with the Archon. That's so funny.
Because of the pickup range, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, if only we could get a buff to the Prism where it can throw the Archons out just like it can pick them from range.
That's
it
right.
Can throw them out at range.
I think what they need to do is they need to have an upgrade where the Warp Prism can throw the Archon, but it's like a boomerang, and it comes out, hits stuff, and then gets pulled back.
Sounds amazing. I guess it would work like that anyways. Now, a lot of Lingbane Roach Ravager coming in here. He does get some decent hits. And in fact, he's killing a lot of the probes. The mutas actually go back in and continue to do damage. Those Oracles worth their weight in gold during that defense. The mutas continue to harass. Hero has lost a lot of probes again.
Yeah, I mean, Hero's hurting here. But I feel like after that last game, I'm like afraid to be calling the game too early here.
Yeah.
Where are the upgrades at here for Hero right now?
2-1. But he's about to have 2-2.
Okay.
Solar actually has +2 on his Zergling, so that's pretty solid as well.
More
+2 is
counterattacks
fantastic.
coming in here, but again, I don't know how efficiently he's trading here, but if he's going to get this base, that's going to be enough for sure.
Yeah, I think he will get it. Oh, God. Okay, actually, that went better than I thought it would. Throws the Biles down, but does not quite finish the Nexus
I wonder
off.
if it would have been better to actually just...
oh, my God! Okay, well, he actually gets one and loses one, so... That was kind of an insane move to offensively drop. He blunked those with Disruptor drop.
Yeah, he biggity blunked it. Kind of insane moment there. I thought he should have used those Banes on the Nexus back there.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was thinking.
Here we go. A lot of Banes are going to be coming up. And he blinks away.
Well, the
Still
Banes just continue to run, and they do clear some of the Stalkers. Solar's army getting pretty damn low. 10 Roaches is not going to be it. Even using a lift there from those Phoenixes.
It's so funny. He just seesaws the fight all the way back. He's just microing well enough. He's not taking the kind of damage. And also, it does seem like Solar is being a little bit too quick to try to throw things into the mix to try to clean this out, where he might want to stay back and try to mass up a little bit so he actually has a fighting chance. Meanwhile, the Zealots are here to try to, they do deny that counterattack. And we have another set of big Warpins here. He's going to go all the way to the other side of the map and try to take this base out over here at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he has moved this over. Some Biles go down. Really nice Biles. They do hit that Disruptor. Good dodging as well.
Oh!
That's crazy. Solar has got to go over and finish that off with something.
Oh, my God. He'll never get the closure of not having that destroyed. So the fourth base is still mining. Healthy income here. The Banes are getting sniped before they can get away. Another Bane comes down. The Archon's still in the game. He pulls it back. This micro's so good.
Oh, my God.
I think he's going to win the game.
Yeah, the Oracle's getting on top of everything. GG is calling Hero 2-0 Solar.
Dude, he's so good.
Man, that was an impressive series. Solar actually, I feel like, was doing better against Hero than most people have.
Yeah.
In the matchup. He was definitely dealing some damage. He was screwing with his economy a lot more. Hero wasn't able to take as many bases as we've seen.
Yeah.
But it is an alternate style from Hero. So I don't think he's going to be going up to 6 base with that when he's making robo units and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that you are see slightly less bases, but a higher quality. Really interesting in so many ways, though, this series. That was a lot of fun.
It's so now, now that's that series, guys. Hero, again, still changing the way we understand the matchup. Coming up next, mirror matchup time. It's going to be Bunny versus GuMiho. We'll be right back.
Fight our way through. I can feel the darkness in you. Oh, I love you now. Don't cut me loose. Oh, baby, we're almost out.
party from 1,000 miles away. It hardly even crossed my mind these days. Out with my friends, almost forgotten what it felt like hearing my name coming out your mouth. You said you wouldn't let me down again till you showed up uninvited. Now you're stealing all the light that I was on my way to finding, leaving all your games behind. If you only knew the ways that you control me, how I hate it. Maybe you enjoy the rush of never letting go of us. I was right there on the brink of it. I was doing just fine. Come to think of it, till you pulled me right back. Why did you have to do that? Thinking it through, did you mean to call? You set me right up for another fall like you always do. I was gonna get over you. I was gonna get over you. I hadn't seen your name light up my phone in over half a year. I should've known to let it ring. You knew I'd end up answering. That's how you showed up uninvited. Now you're stealing all the light that I was just about to use. Are you ever gonna cut me loose? If you only knew the ways that you control me, how I hate it. I think you enjoy the rush of never letting go of us. I was right there on the brink of it. I was doing just fine. Come to think of it, till you pulled me right back. Why did you have to do that? Thinking it through, did you mean to call? You set me right up for another fall like you always do. I was gonna get over you. I was gonna get over you. Till you showed up out of nowhere just to check in like you might care. Talk about a sad excuse. All you think about is you. I was right there on the brink of it. I was doing just fine. Come to think of it, till you pulled me right back. Why did you have to do that? Thinking it through, did you mean to call? You set me right up for another fall like you always do. I was gonna get over you. I was right there on the brink of it. I was doing just fine. Come to think of it.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭, 점심은 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. Everybody let it drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 사이다. 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭, 점심은 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
Today's matchup. Hero. Bunny. RagnaroK. GuMiho. Solo. Round of 10. Group A. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into a TVT next. We just saw Hero again have so much to offer in the matchup PBC. We were talking about how, will he play the same style again? He played an improved style.
I think.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was, it wasn't just Stalkers. It wasn't too early, but instead of getting the +1 attack, and you can really see with the unit comps he gets, he takes an engagement and he's just out-controlling so well. He's getting so much more value. A lot of fights in certain matchups like TVZ, for instance, everything trades out, right? You're trying to spread your Marines out as much as possible so that, if they're hit by a Bane, only one Marine's hit by a Bane. And, obviously the Zerg trying to do the opposite, trying to have the Banelink connected as much as possible. But you look at Hero, and it's like he gets so much value out of the Disruptors, microing with the Warp Prism, and, of course, using Stalker Blink. It's kind of insane, some of the fights he's winning.
Yeah, and with the amount of upgrades that he's getting so quickly and his unit retention, how long everything is fighting,
the
upgrades really add a lot to it. Very, very fun play, and I think he is, I think he's the favorite for the tournament, man, alongside Maru, so...
And this is going to be a fun match to see with these two players. By the way, Hero also playing another PVZ later on in this group versus RagnaroK. So we're going to have a little bit more of an introduction into how he's approaching the matchup.
Now, this TVT coming up. Bunny going up against GuMiho. Definitely once upon a time, GuMiho was one of the best Terrans in the world. He's out of the military now. And we're going to see, just how good his shape is. Obviously he got to the round of 10 this season and went over last season, so that's a big deal. But is this going to be enough to beat Bunny, who's kind of like the new Terran on the block? Because Bunny, I generally put Bunny about second best Terran right now.
Yeah, he's very modern, he's very active, and I don't know. It is clear with people like Hero coming back and playing so well that post-military you are clearly going to have still a very good career if you're on top of your game. But I'm not sure. I'm still kind of getting used to GuMiho being back.
Well, he hasn't made as big a splash yet. Like he made it to GSL, but he hasn't done anything. But round of 10. This is legit. I'm excited.
Right. We're going to be going into Data C to start this out, then Inside and Out, and ending this, if we can get a map 3 here, on Tropical Sacrifice. Again, I think Bunny, the likely favorite here, but if he loses in an upset, GuMiho takes this. Bunny's going to have a very rough time in week 2 of Group A.
Oh, if he loses to GuMiho, I think he's not going to make it out, honestly. I think this is a must-win for him.
So this is going to be an interesting one, guys. Buckle up. TVT time. Bunny versus GuMiho starts now.
Team NV, Bunny. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
This should be a fun TVT. Let's keep in mind that GuMiho has done a lot of really alternative stuff.
Yeah.
He had like a lot of his own weird stuff he was doing that would work, and nobody even tried to copy it. People were like, "What? True. All right."
Yeah.
So I don't know again exactly where he's at, but this could be an interesting one to see because Bunny is very clean. He's also very straightforward in his TVT.
Yeah. Like I know he hasn't really been the mech god that he once was.
Yeah.
I have never actually been that big of a fan of his marine tank.
Like he's sieging his tanks. He just sits there.
Oh my god, that is the strongest thing in TVT, man.
I am
Siege
excited.
Those tanks right up.
I've been casting, some TVTs here for ASL with Artosis, but I will tell you, I'm a much bigger fan of StarCraft 2 TVT.
Well, there's certainly a different type of action in there, a little bit more explosive.
Yeah, definitely Blizzard improved this matchup considerably. And so, yeah, let's see what exactly we've got. It does seem like TVT, by the way, has been ending a little bit faster in this matchup. As
a lot of people have been playing it aggressive.
Yeah. And, you know, the funny thing with Terran is, you know, they do oftentimes have this kind of glass cannon army. You know, with Marines, they can die so fast, you know, a siege tank shot. Tanks, if the Marines get close to them, the tanks just pop like balloons. But a lot of times, if you get the right setup, you can so brutally win a fight and end it outright. So it's much less grindy than like StarCraft 1 TVT.
There's a proxy starport over here to the side. So that'll be kind of cool to see what he wants to do with this. Is it going to be Banshee or is it going to be a Liberator? Or, I mean, it could be a medevac.
Hellion drop or something.
I'd be surprised if it was a medevac. But yeah, one thing I do want to mention is this map is so big. Like, I think it's going to be hard for them to kill each other.
You could be right unless they really win a fight early on, but I do feel like the one matchup that has become the grindiest matchup is TVZ, right? Where it's like, you know, there's it's very hard for either side to kill the other one off. TVT, I feel like a lot of times we see some cool tactics and some kind of positional plays, and someone will just come through and crush.
Yeah, there's going to be a Liberator coming out. Proxy Liberator is kind of like a funny thing in TVT. Sometimes you just don't have stuff that shoots up early on in this matchup.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Reaper Hellion is very, very common to see. In this particular game, it actually, Bunny did get a very quick Cyclone here. But it's, I mean, when the Cyclone's fighting, if the Liberator flies in, that is damage. Dude, I love that spider thing. That spider crab, whatever that is. It looks like a coconut
That's
crab.
the correct word for it, is spider crab.
It could be. That's a real thing, isn't it? Spider crab?
No.
Oh, my God! Oh, the 2 grenades were there, and he just ran on them, Tasteless, and just, oh, jeez.
He tried to dive on him to protect his friends.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to come in again. Wait, what? Is he going to drop on top of this?
Yeah, I guess. He's doing a Marine drop on top of everything.
You know what? Your strategy, not so cool after all, dude.
But 4 workers killed right there? Wait a minute. I don't think that this was that good.
No, I don't think so. 4 workers is not worth it.
I like some of the ideas. The dropping the Marines onto that is really fascinating as well.
Yeah.
Because what you want with Hellions in general is to have, like, when they, oh my God, he's making a battlecruiser. I love GuMiho so much. It's just insane. But you want all your flames. You want all your flames to kind of attack into the same area and deal this massive splash to everything.
Yeah, stack it up.
So when the Marines are being dropped all over the place, if the Hellion shots get spread, it's like the weakest unit in the game. Like one Hellion attacking something, what does it beat? Like a Zergling? That's it?
Yeah, it's true.
Something like a Marine. But yeah. Anyways, this is kind of crazy to see the BC rush coming out of GuMiho. Really, really cool. GuMiho has always been such a cool player, Tasteless.
He's a man who marches to his own beat.
No. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. This is not good, Artosis.
Oh, this isn't how I wanted it to go down, Tasteless.
Oh, the battlecruisers. Going to be battlecruiser up. Oh, whoa.
You know what's funny is he's saving his lock-ons for whatever pops out of there.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a battlecruiser. I should have locked on to the actual starport. You didn't expect that, did he, Tasteless?
No. He's like, your medevac.
Get him, GuMiho!
Your medevac's going down. Another one's coming. He needs to get a mule landed there. And oh, it's going to send an SCV out. You better hurry, SCV. There's like 100 HP on that.
Oh, disable. I love it. Dude, this is so wild. I have always enjoyed GuMiho very much, and he's reviving that for me right now.
Well, I mean, this is not going great, to be honest, for GuMiho. I like what he's doing, but it does seem like overall Bunny's kind of shutting it down and continuing to be in pretty good control of this game. He's getting Yamato cannon.
Yeah. Well, I think from here, GuMiho, like, he has to go mech, right? Like, you can't go BC into Marine tank. That doesn't make sense. He needs to really focus on siege tank production to go along with the BC. I mean, we never really see stuff like this in the matchup. So I can't, like, think of a game where I've seen anything quite like what GuMiho is doing and then be like, okay, well, let's extrapolate that position into this position. And
this is definitely a very exploratory cast for us here.
I do, obviously Bunnies is like more stable, what he's doing. You know, he's got multiple Ravens right now. He's making Vikings as well. Is he going to disable? He should disable. All right, good jump.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I love that too. Like, look, GuMiho brought 2 Cyclones down so that he couldn't be chased.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're going to chase those? No, I'm going to gun that down. GuMiho really is such a special player.
he's so different. Now, keep in mind with the Yamato cannon, we could have a moment where he could just gun down 2 tanks and maybe just force his way into a position here.
Seeing the Yamatos, I'm like, wait, but there's no Queens or Corruptors. What is going on here?
Yeah, and I mean, I might be wrong about what the intentions are to use with that, but that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, anything he can hit with it is always nice, but I think a Raven would be a great hit.
Yeah.
A Siege Tank, a great hit, of course. But, like, it's on a cooldown, so if you can just utilize the abilities over and over and over, it's pretty amazing. Now, GuMiho actually has 10 Marines. I want to see the production tab. That's what I want to see, or the main base of GuMiho. Because I still don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah. All right, he's going to fire that and then just ninja vanish.
And look at this, another one comes in.
Yeah.
He's got that Yamato.
It's so funny to see this. Normally it's only in start.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it's so to kill the tanks. Goodbye. Now, we have battlecruisers used in StarCraft 1 TVT. We don't really ever see this unit in StarCraft 2, but usually when you see battlecruisers in StarCraft 1, it's because both sides can't really kill each other off, and there's no incentive to try to be the guy that breaks through. So then you go into this mass battlecruiser play and start to upgrade Yamato gun to shoot the tanks here. But again, that's StarCraft 1. It's funny to see this used in like early mid-game for StarCraft 2.
Yeah. It's a GuMiho special for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely decent theory behind this.
No, I like it.
No, I don't like that right there. Well, let's see. Does GuMiho clear this?
I can't tell.
The Vikings are really wrecking. He's lost 2 of his 3 BCs. That last BC falls as well. But GuMiho cleared the ground out.
Can he try to land on the tank and block it? I guess they're just not. Nothing slower than a Viking flying, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. It's like the seahorse of the air.
Yeah, it is.
The seahorse is the slowest fish, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah. That's why you're here, Artosis.
Yeah. I know really important things.
Yeah, you're here for the analysis. No, man, like that was kind of an odd exchange because it seems like he could have known earlier that he wasn't going to win that fight. Is he going to land on the tanks and kill him off?
It looks like he's thinking about it. But no. I think that would have been bad. He would have lost every Viking.
Yeah.
Maybe kill a tank or 2, but... so GuMiho, it really does look like he's going like a mixture of Sky Terran and mech. What a bizarre game, man. He has no upgrades. Like, hasn't started any armories or anything. He's still making, oh my god, he's still making BCs. He has a lot of turrets now to block everything.
He's just going to go for it. Only gets about half the Marines out of one of them.
Well, there's not that much here for GuMiho, so...
I think that GuMiho's just going to die in like maybe 4 or 5 minutes here. The supplies are so different right now. This is it's 155 to 109. I actually hadn't checked the supplies in a little bit, but it's like that's pretty different, man.
If he still had his 3 VCs, I would feel like pretty good for him. I think VC on top of tank, you never break with bio in a trillion years.
Well, also you see that the Raven just disables it. That kind of answers our question, like, oh, that's why we don't see that often. Is you could just disable it and then gun it down. It's so slow and
sometimes really late game in StarCraft 2 TVT, you can see the battle cruisers alongside Ravens and everything, but. Yeah, here it feels like he's having a hard time making them get the continual value that you need from an early battle
cruiser. Well, if you invest in something big like that and then lose it and the other players just go in for more normal stuff, I mean, it could be rough. These drops keep coming in here, and again, a lot of SCVs are being picked off here. That's it. He just taps out. GG Bunny just completely outclassed him there.
Well, that was really cool from GuMiho, though. The battle cruiser rush, the trying to harass with that and everything. But you see the stability of the type of build that Bunny used there, right? Where he's got these very teched out early game units like the Raven, like the Cyclone, and you can kind of parry anything your opponent does. And that's why this is how TVT is generally played. I hope GuMiho shows us more stuff like that, though. Like, I want to see what he's thinking about in this matchup.
We're going to be going into map number 2. Again, GuMiho came with some great ideas, which are always welcome. This is why I love casting StarCraft, is like, we can have so many different types of crazy games, but he did not win with that. It seemed kind of cool. It was fun to watch. And then, you know, Bunny said, oh, actually, I already have the answer for that. Raven will just counter Battlecruiser, and then I isolate it and kill it, and I win the game.
Disabling, use some Vikings.
Yeah.
And the thing is, all those things scale well.
Also, GuMiho, like, dropping, like, randomly into the main through turrets. It's like, aren't you behind already? Like, what are we doing? Anyways, all right, guys, we're going to go into game 2. Let's do this.
T9V, Bunny.
So I don't think we're going to have Battlecruisers again here.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Yeah, it'd be fun. But he needs to make it work. Also, a lot of that was GuMiho opening up to try to hit 2 sides at once, and then Bunny kind of fends it off. And I mean, it's not always the case, but it is kind of a general rule that, like, if you 1-base and try to come in and do damage, and they 2-based and they just fended it off, the 1-base guy's probably going to lose the game.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be several other interactions and opportunities will show themselves later on, but, you know,
it's a huge advantage.
It's a pretty big advantage because it happened right at the start, so, you know, it changes the whole trajectory of everything else.
1-base to 2-base is the biggest difference in the entire game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, 2-base to 3-base, oh, that's more playable.
Good day from Australia. Oh, I didn't see what the, he just sits there with tanks sign was.
I wish he had, and then he wouldn't have been broken.
Yeah.
Right? Still be in that game.
Excuse me. So yeah, I mean, we have Bunny this game going for 2 gases here, and we have 1 gas being taken here for GuMiho, who's going to very quietly make a CC inside of his base. And so we got to find out if Bunny's gonna catch that. But you know, command center hidden in your base or just in plain sight at the expansion. It can be weak to an attack on 1 base, which is clearly what Bunny's going to go for. So they've kind of switched roles here. It's going to be GuMiho 2-basing this time, and Bunny trying to come in early and make something work for him.
I think Bunny is actually maybe going to just go command center now.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I stand corrected.
So I would look at these 2 builds and say that GuMiho's is better, right? Just because the command center is a lot faster. And his factory is not that much slower. With the, you know, just the travel distance, he's basically making up for the later factory. So as long as he sits defensively, it seems to me that this was a very good build order choice from GuMiho this game, based on what Bunny's doing.
And so, yeah, I mean, it is going to be another slower start here. Again, GuMiho known for going back, making lots of Cyclones and being extremely active with them early on. Kind of just approaching the game overall from a very different direction, which is very refreshing to see. But again, you know, the longer the game's out, it gets harder to pull off these kind of extremely different play styles, right? I mean, we basically have had, you know, I don't know how many games of StarCraft have been played in the history of the game, but, you know, so many moments to test out ideas and stuff. And here we have GuMiho kind of bringing different stuff in a tournament setting.
Well, look what he's doing with that fast command center. He's getting concussive shells and making marauders. He's got a medevac.
Okay.
I don't have any idea what this is.
Well, I mean, I guess it's a concussive shell rush.
Well, thank you. You're definitely right about that.
I mean, I guess he just wants to drop that in there and start trying to hit fleeing units. Let's see how good this is going to be. There is a Reaper with this.
Yeah, he's got 3 Hellions also.
I've never seen this drop before ever.
No, this is different. If he had an armory, I'd be like, oh yeah, he's going to go in and then the queens are going to kill everything he has.
Yeah. He turns them into Hellbats and all the other Terran units just kite them and kill them. It's like, okay.
Nothing worse than Hellbats in this matchup. So, okay, he drops upon that, but then Marines get dropped out, which do pretty well against Marauders. Okay, some grenades go down. This is so weird to see. And GuMiho, okay, so GuMiho slaughters everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, a Cyclone is out, so Bunny's okay still. But that was not something that I expected to see. Like,
Same.
Both the medevacs just dropping their units on top of each other, and then GuMiho took it down. Oh, goodbye. Okay, here's something I'm a little bit worried about for GuMiho. This is the second game where we don't see him going towards Ravens, right?
Yeah.
And those early 2 Ravens are so incredibly important in this matchup, defensively and offensively.
Yeah, and incredibly standard. I mean, they're sort of the Swiss Army knife of any TVT situation in the mid-game, right?
Yeah.
And we even saw them used against the battle cruisers. But yeah, it does seem like GuMiho is a bit avoidant of that.
Yeah, they're really the duct tape of TVT. They hold everything together.
Okay, so
that's a nice little catch. GuMiho has always liked moves like that. And this is more of a scouting medevac than anything, but do you remember back on Abyssal Reef, like the meta where you would, like GuMiho would literally, he knew exactly how far out his Widowmine could get on the map. So he would run his Widowmine straight out and burrow it in a very weird place, and then Oracles would die because you weren't looking at your Oracle in the middle of the map.
It's crazy.
And to see him like with a Cyclone that far forward on the side, he's just like predicting where you're going to fly and catching it.
Yeah,
and
that's
very
down.
Cool. That's very cool.
Scan over here is going to show him exactly what is going on. And there's a push coming out here from Bunny. Now I see, with the Cyclone leading, he's going to confirm that that's there. But keep in mind, with the Raven, you can disable their tank and they can't do anything. And
very true.
That's how a lot of games go, and it's why, normally we see Ravens on both sides. Now GuMiho's stim is finishing like literally now, but he is in a position where he's. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh, Bunny. Oh.
And he disables the other one. Uh-oh, GuMiho.
Oh my God. SCVs are pulled here. Now it is stim.
Yeah.
Stim is a good ability.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to clear this army.
Yeah. Again, stim versus no stim. Stim always is going to crush.
And he loses 9 SCVs, but he's only down 4 workers, so not too bad. Don't forget he got that command center a lot quicker.
Yeah, I wonder if GuMiho's going to have counterplay with this now. Does seem like he dropped all those tanks and everything.
Yeah. The tank count is super reduced for Bunny, and GuMiho's sitting here on like 20 Marines and 2 medevacs. Yeah, minimum he gets map control completely.
Yeah.
Right? He has the threat of an attack, so Bunny can't even leave his base for harassment right now, which allows GuMiho to saturate that base. There's some good things going on for him, for sure. It's funny because it looked very promising for Bunny right at the beginning of that engagement. And then suddenly you look at what's left over, it's like, oh God.
Okay, I think GuMiho might just end up closing this out, man. This is so many kills.
Yeah, that
My
Sept
God.
going to get taken out as well. That is a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is 1 base, or 2 bases, excuse me, 3 is what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, this is getting rough. The tank goes down again. More Marines are going to come into this. I think that we have a Game 3 ready to go, man. This is brutal.
So. Yeah, Bunny goes down to 29 workers.
Wow.
I guess he will stay in the game, really. Because, look at this, right? Look at his units. Oh, no, he's going to GG.
Taps out.
But, I mean, he had Viking tank left over, which is the best scaling units in the matchup.
Yeah.
So if he had stayed, I wouldn't have been, overly surprised, especially considering how he stayed against RagnaroK.
I think that basically Bunny underestimated the timing of GuMiho's stim. Bunny was basically about to win that, and then the stim upgrade came out, and it's like, yeah, the stim Marines are just going to kill everything. There's just nothing else you can do. So here we go, game 3 in the mail.
All right. Interesting games. I'm digging GuMiho's very strange openers.
Yeah, that opener with the Marauders and the thing is, it seems like his stuff. It's cool, but again, it's not working.
I don't think
he won that because Stim was done and Bunny attacked too soon, not because he got his concussive shell rush off.
I don't know exactly what he was looking for with that, but he didn't hit what he was looking for, but he still traded okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right, guys, we're going to go to Tropical Sacrifice for the final TVT of the night.
Team NV, Bunny.
Oh, are they both going to rush each other?
Maybe. Looks that way.
Oh, this is funny.
These games can be
these
really
games,
fun.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens here.
Double Proxy Rex Reaper against Double Proxy Rex Reaper almost always turns into there's like one SCV on each side, flying command centers.
Yeah.
And someone has 6 Reapers and a Marine, and the other guy has like 8 Reapers or something.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Because
This is gonna be fun.
We've definitely seen this hit each other before.
This is going to be interesting. Now, keep in mind, if you bungle any of the Reapers and lose them, that's it.
Yeah.
You're dead. I guess we'll have to see who actually activates the rush first. How many Reapers do you want to pool before you run in?
Yeah, yeah.
Because whoever comes in first should then win the game, possibly off that, right? Just killing the SCVs.
Yeah, you might get them a bit quicker. It feels like there's some hard decision-making on what to micro when.
Yeah.
Right? Because you want to send a certain amount of your SCVs, I think, to attack the Reapers to make your opponent micro their Reapers, but then you also need to micro your Reapers. Yeah, but you still want to mine some minerals too. I don't know. It's insane. All right, both sides making their Reapers. It looks like bunnies are a little bit quicker.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna find in a second. Wait a minute, neither one's playing an honest game here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here comes Bunny. Bunny's Reaper is going to start firing just a little bit before GuMiho's is. Bunny seems to be a little bit more on top and control here.
Yeah, seems it. It's SCV helping out quite a bit.
Yep.
Putting some serious damage down there.
Oh, boy. Okay, so worker count's staying almost even. In fact, they're basically dead even here. It looks like maybe Bunny's slightly ahead.
He's not targeting down the mule, which I find kind of interesting. It almost feels like you want to get rid of that immediately, because one additional mule trip might end up with one additional unit, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You could just crank out one extra Reaper or something like that.
Yeah, because it really does so often come down to one guy who literally has one more unit.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 1 worker against 2. Both have 6 Reapers, 2 more on the way on each side, so that's going to be 8.
Can they get any more? I guess.
Yeah, they have a little bit of minerals. Yeah. Okay, a Reaper and Marine. This is so funny. It's like almost exactly what we were talking about. Where it's like this guy's making a Marine, this guy's making the 2 Reapers. So
yeah.
Don't forget the Marine doesn't heal. And there are the flying command centers. 2 SCVs against 1 SCV. We've seen this all before. And yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're used to seeing here, right? Where the command centers fly over, they kind of swap sides. Now, he's like damaging the command center. Obviously, you can't kill that with 2 Marines. This is so funny.
Okay.
The 2 SCVs for GuMiho is actually pretty big, Tasteless.
Yeah,
that's twice
massive.
as much mining.
Yeah.
Well, from the SCVs, I guess the mules.
Mules will be
scrub that
spammed out here.
but
So they have to take each other's mains, right?
well, I think you just landed next to your barracks, actually.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you want your production and your CCs to be right next to each other. Okay, GuMiho, is he going up the ramp? He is. He's going to go to the natural, I think.
Yeah.
And he's going to relocate his barracks. So this is a more defensible position, I would say. But he is getting there slightly later, and well, I guess they're both out of money, so he's not missing production, actually.
Yeah, but the mining starts a little bit faster here for GuMiho.
Yep.
Okay, so, I mean,
Dude,
he has
they
some
are,
Marines
like,
out here.
They're so even right now.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, GuMiho.
Oh,
God.
Gets a kill. Big play from Bunny.
Yeah. That is a big play.
Oh, this is kind of crazy. Oh, they're like in between each other. Oh,
All right.
only gets one.
That's pretty big, though. One Reaper right now is a big deal. Suddenly, GuMiho is up 2 Reapers. And now he's going to be up more, maybe? Ooh. Oh, God.
Oh, he's going to get that one,
GuMiho's got
too.
it, man. Poor
All right,
Bunny.
GuMiho could probably come in here with an execute now.
Yeah, I think so. I think he can kill him.
He needs to make a bunker. Bunker would buy you enough time.
Oh, he's waiting at the wrong way.
Oh, here we go. Nice angle here.
Oh, man, a nice grenade there as well. GuMiho doing some great job on this micro. And
okay, that's going to be game.
Yep.
GG. GuMiho takes it in a one-of-a-kind game. Wow. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was nutty.
Yeah. Very fun game, and I think I maybe underestimated GuMiho coming into tonight, but honestly, like, looking at the games, I didn't feel like Bunny actually, like, played necessarily worse than GuMiho. GuMiho won, and that's what matters at the end of the day, but it doesn't feel like Bunny played, like, poorly or anything there.
No. Okay. Well, we're going to go to a PVZ now. We're going to get Hero back in this up against RagnaroK. Man, Bunny, by the way, having a rough day. I would not have guessed he would be down 0-2 today.
Well, yeah, 1-2, 1-2, and he hasn't played Solar or Hero, so that's pretty bad.
Good luck to him and the rest of this group. Guys, short break. We come back. It's PVZ time. We will see you in a few.
Every day we walk around, every day we walk around and hear, only hear our own footsteps. Never stop to hear the sound, never stop to hear the sound of friends, of our friends moving backwards, friends moving backwards. There's more to this, there's more to them. I don't wanna wake up one day and see I've missed it, see I've lost them, shape me into staying away. What if we pushed right on through? this, there's more to them. I don't wanna wake up one day and see I've missed it. See I've lost them, shape me into staying awake. There's more to this, there's more to them. I don't wanna wake up one day and see I've missed it. See I've lost them, shape me into staying awake. Won't you shake me into staying awake? Won't you shake me into staying awake?
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성 사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
Some say that zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성 사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼, 홀릭 풍부하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
Today's matchup. Hero. Bunny. RagnaroK. GuMiho. Solar. Round of 10. Group A. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Thank you for waiting, everybody. We're back and we're ready to go into this next best of 3. It's going to be another PVZ from the GSL Season 2 champion, Hero, going up against RagnaroK. And, you know, again, Hero really changed a lot of the ways that the matchups, that we understand them, really, from a Protoss perspective. He has been going for these early Forge builds. He did get to the GSL finals last season by basically having kind of this aggro Stalker Oracle style and kind of almost out-expanding the Zerg, kind of very different approach.
Yeah.
And I want to see what he's got to offer here now. I mean, we talked about how he changed the matchup in last season, but it seems like he's not even done changing it as we're in Season 3.
Yeah, it definitely looked very different today than what it has in the past, and we'll see what that does against RagnaroK. I actually think the adjusted style that he showed is going to be stronger against RagnaroK than against Solar, because when you think of RagnaroK, this guy will do things like one big timing attack to kill Protoss very often, and he nails it. He's very good at it. He knows when to use it and stuff, but like Hero's style plus disruptors will be a lot more robust against something like that. So we'll see if he continues on that path, and if RagnaroK does use his like Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager type attacks that he has really preferred in the matchup. But although I feel like he uses those more as like a timing to try to knock out people that are trying to go Sky Toss.
It seems like it a little bit more.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't want to try to predict exactly what he's going to do against Hero because he's such a different player. But that is the type of way that we've seen a lot of games from RagnaroK.
All right, guys, we're going to be hopping into this best of 3 now. It'll be Data C, Tropical Sacrifice, and Cosmic Sapphire.
Are you sure it's status C? I think it's Attack.
I think you're right. I think I've been saying it wrong the whole time. Oh, it's going to take a while to load up here. Guys, get ready to see what Hero's going to do in this match if he keeps changing it. It's crazy. Our best of 3 starts now on Data. Whatever we do.
First defend, then attack.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero.
Whoa, what was that? Did you see that?
No, what did he do?
I don't know, he looked
Alpha
pained for a
X.
second. Did he mess up?
RagnaroK.
Or he built something?
He went pylon gas. Is he on like some super weird autopilot?
Well, we saw.
Is his pylon misplaced?
Yeah, I wonder what the.
Okay, so he went. Yeah, pylon. Oh yeah, pylon gas gate is like better if you don't probe scout.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but normally when we see the players' faces, I mean, it's the first few minutes.
Yeah.
Protoss needs doors! It's true, it's true.
100%. That guy gets it.
Yeah, they also need moats, too.
I wonder how a moat would be used. Have to invent boat units and bridges and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just all go play Age of Empires.
Hey, man, there were boats in Warcraft 2. Were there boats in Warcraft 3? There weren't, right?
No. No boats in Warcraft 3.
It's interesting they would go away from that.
It's weird. It's weird to have boats in a game.
What?
In an RTS game.
Why is that weird to have boats in a game?
Yeah, so, like, think about it, right? Like, things get so different if there's water on the map or if there's not water on the map, and then how that water is placed. Right?
Yeah.
So that's why.
I would not be opposed to some boats.
You should play some Age then. I mean, there's
no,
like,
I can't kill the buildings in Age of Empires. It's too hard. It takes 1,000
you
years
just
to
gotta
kill
make
somebody.
battering rams, dude.
It takes 1,000 years to kill somebody in Age of Empires.
Oh, that's for sure.
That is like
That's
you thought
for sure.
PvT was long. I like the game. It was, I think, a good RTS. But yeah, man, I mean, it's grindy, dude. One of the things I like about StarCraft specifically 1 and 2 is like you can also just die in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It makes for these really interesting games. Like sometimes like 1 or 2 units gets killed and it goes, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's going to snowball from here. And then other times you have these long dramatic games.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if I can't kill them or be killed, if that's not a possibility early on, I feel like the game becomes less exciting for me.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's the inevitability of a longer game is not something that I think is great, which is funny because I play Terran and StarCraft 1, so there is that inevitability. I either die or the game is long.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I get you.
Okay, so we've got the wall in all plugged up.
Very standard opener here from Hero, right? Just going into Oracle, plugging the wall, as you say. RagnaroK into 3 bases, speed almost done.
Yeah.
Nothing weird at all so far.
And no forge yet. No big surprises like that here. And he's going to just slip this Adept and Probe out here.
Yeah.
He's trying to just hide it if he can, the presence of that third Nexus. But, yeah, again, looking a lot like a lot of the other openers we've seen. Not just from Hero, but in the matchup in general. But I would not be surprised if we do start to see the Stalkers begin to accumulate. Maybe he's going to go for more of like what he did last season, where he just kind of did a 3 base, then a 4 base, and went Blink Stalker with Oracle.
Oh, it is possible. He just threw down 2 additional gas.
Oh.
He's going up to 4 gas really, really quickly. There's the Forge and the Twilight. Okay. 3 Adepts being sent out. Look at this. He's predicting that RagnaroK is being very greedy right now, which actually is somewhat true. He just started 10 more links, but he only had like 4 links. So we do have some potential for damage.
Okay. Oracle's going to come up in towards the main. No, he's going to come back here and try to defend these Adepts.
Very nice moves from RagnaroK, I think.
Yeah, dude, great zoning.
Yeah. He's doing this just right. This was like perfect ling timing, perfect zoning, just great defense. And it's not like, you walk across the map with 3 Adepts and 2 Oracles and expect a ton of damage, but he really didn't get anything done with that. So nicely done. Good deflection.
Yeah, but at the same time, Hero's not really overextending, right? I mean, he's kind of fine. He's going to get a couple more drone kills. Nicely done 5. There's nothing to sneeze at. He can recall that back.
Well, it's a very excuse me. It's a very handsome game so far.
And Blink is going to be coming here. Warp Prism on the way out as well as these gates get thrown down.
Starting to make the gate walls.
Yeah, okay, so this is really looking like what we saw last season.
Yeah.
But I don't know that Zergs know how to deal with this yet. I mean, that's kind of what's so fun about GSL is watching pros, outthink each other and stuff. But this seems hard, man. I mean, the strength of the strategy is self-evident when you start to see the fights happen, where the Protoss just runs away if it doesn't think it's fair, and if he thinks he can, chase you down, he'll blink on top of you. So.
Look at this. Hero's lost literally nothing so far.
Oh, that's crazy.
He starts his 4th Nexus.
Yeah.
There's 5 gates warping in right now.
He'll probably have 3 more gates plug up that entrance, too.
Yeah, and there is that Disruptor tech. So he does get that started, but a little bit later than what we saw against Solar, and no second Forge.
Yeah, interesting to see the recall for that.
Yeah, I think he just loses it all otherwise. The blink just was not quite far enough.
Yeah.
Really good warp in there at that 3rd base. Make sure he can hold on. And Blink is about to finish. He has a Prism. 4th Nexus is up.
Yeah, I mean, so we should start seeing some action here. And that's that kind of move I'm talking about. He's running away, blink at him.
Look at this.
No, he hasn't lost a single thing. Oh, my God.
I only recall 1 perfect game ever in StarCraft. Obviously, this can't be perfect. It's too big. But I'm talking about in professional StarCraft 2. I remember there was 1 game that MC played once where he literally lost no units and killed another pro.
Yeah. That's insane, man.
But this is like one of the longest perfects that I've ever seen, especially with the amount of action that we've seen. Like, he's still not lost anything.
Oh, my God.
He literally still has not lost anything. We're 7 minutes and 26 seconds in. It's crazy.
This is wild, man.
Can you imagine playing for 7 minutes and 30
and not losing
seconds?
and actually having fights the whole time?
Well, no, imagine it from RagnaroK's point of view, though. That you just keep going in and trying to do things, and you literally can't even kill 1 unit. Like, that doesn't even make sense. It's like a bad anime.
I wonder I wonder if he even knows, though, that he hasn't killed anything yet.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't think you really keep track of that so much.
Yeah. You're just
he
trying to
knows
look
that
for the
nothing has gone in his favor, but if we showed him that tab, he would probably uninstall.
Yeah. Okay.
Show us that tab one more time, please. Because we're about to lose a unit.
No! No!
Right, backing up here. The Hydra Ling coming in. That is a little bit tricky to deal with.
Oh, the disruptor shots.
A little bit hard, though, to catch those Lings.
Yep, charge now, finishing up, sending some Zealots out over here.
And there's a fleet beacon, Tasteless.
Oh, what? Yeah.
A double
what?
starport. This is so weird.
I think it's going to camp.
Dude, he'll do anything, man. Like, this is...
He makes
his
it look
strategies
like...
are almost too fluid.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be able to do this many different things.
Yeah, I'm like, are you confident with all these things you're doing right now? This is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All right, always worth it to trade the Zealots in for the Hydras, man. You know?
Dude, just the fact that he's going to switch it into carrier is blowing my mind. Like, he went for his normal strat, and then he went into some disruptors. So Gateway Man with 4 base into disruptor. He's, like, stayed pretty active on the map. And now into carrier. It's just insane. Now, that is a lot of drop overlords.
Okay. I mean, the drop overlords could be pretty deadly. They are going to get spotted here by these Zealots, which are basically off to the side to be used for counterattacks. And, I mean, you see this once. You basically have 1 shot with the drops in a game like this, and he's already spotted it, so...
It's hard to imagine those drops doing anything when you see it that far out.
Yeah, he's making Void Rays, by the way.
Yeah, and the Mothership
Core.
Actually, when I saw the Fleet Beacon, I thought that it would just be for Mothership. But I mean, he's gone 3 Stargates, so maybe I think eventually he's ready to switch it up. But the Mothership does make a lot of sense for the recalls.
Okay, so now we wait. I mean, I really thought we were going to have that push come, but, you know, I guess we can't have that come until the Mothership's out. Again, Zealots are trading out very nicely.
I love this ad of the Mothership Tasteless.
Yeah.
Like, the Mothership is not a unit that I think anyone really thinks about all that
much.
I
forget it's in the game, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not always that useful, but oh my god,
dude, that was
really
amazing.
Yeah. But really, when you think about the way that Hero plays, the Mothership adds in a second recall, right? So he can recall offensively with it, he can recall defensively with it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He can reposition his army on the other side of the map to hit another base. There's like a lot of things that can be done with it. I think it could be very useful, which is cool because like we have seen tactics like that used in the past with the Mothership, but not that often, and it's been a while.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. He's got 3 more carriers being made over here. He's getting like every unit in the game.
Yeah. What are we missing? Dark Templar we haven't seen.
Yep.
A Tempest.
Oh, dude, 22 probes killed? My god.
Phoenix. Yeah, that is a lot.
We actually have lots of units that haven't been made yet. Sorry.
Yeah, like Tasteless, what are you even? Haven't seen a Colossus Tasteless.
Yeah,
where's the
true.
Colossus? I haven't seen an Observer. Where
There's
are
no
those?
Immortal here. What am I talking about?
Yeah, no Immortal. Damn Tasteless. It was
it was pretty bad, actually.
Jeez. Maybe you should move to Canada.
Okay, another attack comes in over here. Oh, these disruptor shots are insane! What in the world?
That was crazy.
Wow.
That was really good. And now the Mothership coming over. I love this.
Can he push now?
No.
I guess not.
No. Look at Hero's actual army right now. It's such a goofy looking army. It doesn't actually do anything. It defends. Like, he's got some disruptors and, like...
It's a box art army.
He's got, like, Force Blink Stalkers and a Mothership and a Void Ray. Like, look at this. 1 Archon. This is such... Like, that is not an army that actually fights that well. He needs to reinforce a bit more. He has 3 more carriers coming. Okay, you add in 3 more carriers, it becomes an army that can fight. Great defensively, though. You know, that's something we see sometimes. You make these defensive armies against Zerg, and then, like, you try to attack with them, and it's like, no, man. Like, Phoenix Disruptor is not for attacking, okay?
Yeah, well, he's going to try to come up here again. Oftentimes, I feel like it'd be there's a reason why we don't see armies like this, but then Hero manages to make them work. Again, the disruptor shots are insane, but what's going on under this these Void Rays?
Yeah.
Looks like Protoss is just losing the fight on the ground.
I told you can't fight with that army. That's like, that was a defensive army, and he walked out on the map with it, and then he got it slaughtered for the most part. His air units remain, and that's the most important part of it, so that's nice. But he did lose every disruptor, so we'll see if that's going to bite him in the butt.
Okay. Well, he's going to keep pushing forward here. I mean, I don't see anything that can really defend this. The Hydras would be taken care of pretty quickly. Keep in mind, he can go right from here into the main, of all places, where all attack is going to be.
He's going to lose his 5th right there, but I don't think that matters as much as what he's doing to Zerg at the moment. 13 more Hydras are being made. Like, this is this thing that we've seen. Yeah,
dude,
GG.
it's just wild.
Hero is something
just
else.
built different, man. I don't know. It's so weird, right? Like, and it really did look like it was going to be that Stalker Oracle pressure, right? I mean, maybe that's part of the strategy is instead that you switch into carriers and Zerg just doesn't quite have what they need. Swap out the supply.
Could be.
I don't know, man.
Well, he's wiggling around with the strategy so much at this point, going into anything that... Yeah, it's... I think he's just looking at the game and exactly what's going on, and he's just reacting in this way that's above everybody.
Yeah.
Above everybody, above all the Protoss, above all the Zerg. Like, I think he's got the flow of this down to such an art form right now, because it started out with exactly what we were seeing last season, then went into a hybrid of that and what we've seen from him against Solar into Sky Toss, which is like, yeah, we've never seen anything quite like this.
Tropical Sacrifice for map 2. Let's see what Hero's going to do this time.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Alpha X. RagnaroK.
He does like to send that probe out and get the delay here. I'm kind of almost weirded out by how much different stuff Hero's doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when we saw what he already was doing was so strong. The fact that he would have the ability to also play that style so well. And it's so above what everybody else is doing. I think even I'm having like a hard time following it and casting it.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Tasteless, I like what you're saying, because think historically about the best Protoss players that we've had. MC was completely about force fields and attacking, right?
Yeah.
Rain was completely about defense, although he had actually more range than any of the other guys I'm about to say. Look at Zest. He was all about optimizing builds and having large amounts of things at certain times. Look at Stats. He was a very defensive-based Protoss. And Stats was the best Protoss in the world for a few years there. And we talked a lot about how he lacked range compared to all the other Protoss.
Right.
But what we're watching from Hero is actually a bit reminiscent of Maru, where he's playing completely different from everyone of his race. He's using a wider range from everyone of his race.
Yeah.
He just won a championship. He's smashing everybody. I mean, we actually might end up getting into one of these players, right? Like we have like 4 Zergs in the world that are like way above all the other Zergs. We have one Terran that's way above because TY's in the military, right? And now maybe we get a Protoss that's like, because the Protoss have all kind of been the same, right? It's like, okay, well Zest is just as good.
You know, when
as
SOS was active, he was like probably the closest to like, wow, this guy can kind of do anything. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it was more on the aggro, crazy style. But yeah. I guess I'm talking more of a GSL rather than just overall. I'm thinking about GSL history more than overall history, because SOS didn't have as much success in GSL, but had a lot internationally.
Right.
But
well, SOS seemed like he was the player that you could just have play anybody in the world all day, like almost like grinding on ladder, and just probably have the highest success rate. You know what I mean? He just seemed to have the right set of stamina, the right range of builds, the weirdness.
Yeah.
He was especially very good versus good players. You know, he knows how good players think. He kind of knows how to manipulate.
Totally. Speaking of SOS, didn't mean to actually get into him, but I do not know if it's him. I'm going to actually message a friend and ask tomorrow probably. But there is a Protoss player on the StarCraft 1 ladder near the top, and under their barcode, you know, the account name is SOS.
Oh, you think? Oh, wow.
Yeah, he might be. He might have switched. It's possible because he retired from StarCraft 2 a while ago.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear that he went to the military yet, but he might have. So I mean, it could be an impersonator, but it might just be SOS, man.
that would be crazy. Well, you know,
cool.
we've had some players that have shifted between the 2 StarCrafts, man.
Totally. Yeah.
The 2 most successful of those.
Deer is a top tier Protoss right now in StarCraft 1.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Yeah, but like Sulky and Rain, I mean, having massive success at both games.
Yeah, champions, both. But yeah, anyways, what we're watching from Hero is amazing. Like, I think it's going to take a little bit more time to confirm that idea that I just put out there about, like, maybe he is going to be like the Maru of Protoss. We'll see, but it's pretty damn cool. I just thought it was the coolest thing.
So, I mean, in this game, we've got the third base coming here. Not a very eventful game so far. Just waiting for Blink to come here. I don't, and at this point in time, because I'm still trying to get a handle on what Hero's doing, I don't know if there is going to be a mothership or carriers here. I don't know if you see the Zerg do something and that triggers you to make that.
Yeah.
I don't. I just don't know, guys.
Here's the funny thing, right? You and I, as competitive StarCraft players, but lower tier, a lot of times we're looking for branches, where it's like you see this and you do this.
Yeah.
But that doesn't have to be the way that it's played at these top levels, right? Like, he can just feel it and be like, this is right, let's go.
Yeah, it could be.
Which, I mean, you and I would both do as well. Any player would, at certain times, not know exactly the branch, but be like, you know what, I think this would be good, and it is.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so this Overlord's going to see everything, and he'll see that Blink is coming now.
It was a solid scout.
Yeah, it was about as good of a scout as you could ask for.
I can't complain about that. That was worth the minerals. he did his job very well. All right, so the Forge does get started here. And the Oracle's not really finding the damage that they have been getting.
Okay. So Blink is done. He's going to be out on the map. Charge starting here too. As let's see how committed these Stalkers are going to be. There's the yeah, there it is, the early fourth base, the one that always, every time I watched him do this last season, I'm like, Dad, you can't do that, right? And then
not very normal.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even have splash damage. You can't do that.
Yeah. Keep making stuff out of your Robo or you're going to lose the game.
Yeah.
And again, the combination of the Oracle and the Stalkers is really scary because the Oracle can kill off stuff on the ground so fast. And then the Stalkers, when they have Blink, just like that. See, it's always getting value.
Yeah.
You tag it with the Oracle, now you know their army movement. You know exactly if they're going to be too squishy or a little bit too solid, and you pick your fights wisely. And the roaming of this, again, just getting value, killing stuff off. It's death by 1,000 cuts if the Protoss can keep this up and keep you behind.
More gates going up here as well. The Robo gets started. Second Forge gets started here. Spire is being made. I don't think he's going to use it, though. Do you think Mutas would be all right here? Like, we did see Solar actually utilize Mutas okay.
Yeah, I don't think Mutas are bad, actually. But I don't think... Oh.
I don't think he can go for them, though.
There it is again. The value, dude. I look at this and I go, why wasn't this always happening?
People weren't good enough, honestly.
People, you look at this, you go, this was always a part of the game, Stalkers with Blink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's crazy to me that they haven't...
well, people always tried, like, bludgeoning attack, right, with them, whereas this is a grinding that we're seeing.
Yeah, you sand them down. You sand them down to a little nerd powder.
Yeah.
You sprinkle it.
This is how you make sand out of rocks.
Yes.
You know what? That's it. Hero is the tide.
Any gamer worth his salt has a little bit of ground up nerd in the kitchen. Add a little bit of flavor in there.
Yeah.
You know?
And they all make different flavors, right? Like, for instance, Protoss, very sweet. Terran, bitter.
Bitter. Okay, he's, again, just really not losing stuff. Let's see what these Mutas can do. This is going to be a great opportunity to kill off a bunch of stuff. Insta-recall. Muta's, of course, going to back away and look for opportunities elsewhere.
Perfect retreat. The Blink can't really quite catch him, but this group of Stalkers comes down and pushes them back. Only 4 probes killed. Like, okay. I mean, he's going over here. And you know what? One thing this is doing is keeping the Stalkers back for now. I'm still not 100% sold that these Mutas are going to be worth it, but... we'll see. Lots of Ling Bane coming out. Look at this, 30 Banes. Baneling speed on the way as well.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an army you got to be careful around here, what Zerg has, but... okay, and he's going to be going out. RagnaroK going to be taking the initiative here. He's going to try to bust this down.
Yeah, man, they're working.
Nice blink away.
This is going to be a lot of Ling Bane coming up here. 55 Banelings right now.
Wow, Baneling speed about to finish here. Let's see what he can do with this.
He's going to open up those rocks. See, this is the type of attack we were talking about before. This is the type of attack that Ragnarok really does like in the matchup.
Yeah, just kind of
look at that. The Archons and everything and the Immortals. Oh my god. That is so many Banelings, though.
Well,
dude, that was so ridiculously many Banelings.
Wow. Here's the thing, though. I mean, Protoss is going to live. But also bear in mind that we did have these games where, like, Hero get attacked and then immediately counterattack and do a ton of damage.
This is crazy. Hero just holds right there. These Beetles are actually on a very nice hold position, taking out quite a few probes over to the side here. Hero just moving the Prism out of the way right there.
Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to take this base out here. Good juggling with that Warp Prism. Okay, here comes the counter. Oh, no, he's going to back up. This is an exciting fight over there.
I think he will counter. Maybe he's waiting for another round.
I think so.
Like, he's going to get another Mortal out here. +2 is almost done for his attack.
Yep.
Another Archons being added. I think Archons are the absolute key to winning this game because it's so Ling Bane focused.
We want to watch these Banelings in this next fight because he's dumped all his gas into that now. So he doesn't have a ton banked up here. And, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a funny game. I mean, basically, Ragnarok's trying to just come in here and break his back, so to speak. Kind of just come over here and smother him with so many Banes. Here we go again.
Great mirroring here from Hero.
Yeah, very good mirroring. Now, Hero's taking a base that's kind of sticking out towards the middle of the map, and that probably means that as that finishes up, he's going to use that as like a launching pad to attack from. He doesn't want to try to expand to corners where Zerg could take advantage of the opportunity to hit from a weird side that's hard to get to. He kind of wants to be in the middle of the map because he's going to be pushing anyways.
This is a cool game.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this quite a bit.
Yeah.
Now, Zerg's been maxed out and is just continuously refilling the Banelings here, but Protoss is almost there as well.
Yeah, and the one problem that I have with what Ragnarok is doing is his army does not scale. He's like, the army that you're seeing from Hero, it's getting better and better and better and better every time he makes a new unit for it. This maxed army from Ragnarok is an army that you're supposed to just throw into stuff because it just, like, if Hero gets what he wants, this army doesn't do much. Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Just coming in from all angles right now. A ton of Archons coming down. Those Banelings going over towards those Archons.
My god, so much damage over here. I just don't see anything for Protoss, man.
Yeah, very little. Going after the probes
I feel
now?
like that can't be all of his army. Oh, there's Stalkers coming down from above. Okay, so he was pretty fragmented here.
Yeah, I guess he was missing those Stalkers, but
yeah.
I think it was more like Ragnarok hit it from like 270 degrees, and Hero's army was not optimally placed together.
Yeah, things seem to be kind of isolated from each other. Ragnarok continues to come forward here. I think Hero might be broken here.
Yeah, I think he might be. But last time we thought this, he just came back and won, so.
Yeah, let's not count him out. The Nexus is still there, but I think it's going to be an easy target for him to try to take out now.
Yeah, it seems like he will be able to pick off that Nexus. Pretty big kill.
I don't know that Hero can recover from here, though. I mean, this is pretty low.
He's got, okay, yeah, he's got 4 base. It's drying up. The main and natural are pretty dry at this point.
True.
He's got a decent probe count. I think he's just going to make another Nexus.
Yeah.
He is getting a high-quality army, right? Like Archon Immortal. It's good stuff.
He's going to try to expand here again, but there's already another attack about to be inbound.
2-2-1 upgrades for Protoss, by the way. I love that he got the Plasma Shield for a game with so many Archons. Ooh. Okay, decent dodging on those Vials. He's going to start losing these Archons, though. They're getting so low. The battery cannot keep up with it. Oh, man, that's going to be it.
Yeah, I don't think
You're not holding this.
Yeah, even getting all the way back there, hitting some of the probes. There's just so much coming through here. Really great game, honestly, from Ragnarok here. GG.
That's
Ragnarok
pretty badass.
Yeah.
That's
he's so strong today, man. It's crazy.
Hey, dude, he's been strong this entire year. And, I mean, he was pretty good last year. He's been on the up and up. But, I mean, if he wins this, he's like basically round of 6 already. Yeah, he'll be 2-0. 2-1, 2-1. It's almost 100% that he'll go to the round of 6, I think, in at least 3rd place.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do all the math in my head right now, but it's like,
No, this looks
I'm getting the
very
feel for round
likely.
of 10. So that's huge for RagnaroK. That would be 3 round of 6s this year, which is, that's insane.
We're going to go into map number 3 now. It's tied up 1-1. Cosmic Sapphire is where we will move this to. I have no idea what Hero's going to do, man. He has had a very different approach here, but RagnaroK with a more direct way of trying to handle this just comes in here and smashes Hero as Hero's in the middle of development. Not really letting Hero get to where he wants to go in that game.
No, he did not. We'll see how Hero kind of adjusts against RagnaroK now. I think the Massling Bane he's having a little bit of a hard time with. Seems to be a reasonable counter.
All right, guys. We're going to go to the final game with these two. Hero versus RagnaroK. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Alpha X. RagnaroK.
All right, so another gas before gate, so no scout here from Hero. Really mixing up whether he's going to block your hatch or not. I do like that mix-up, because sometimes Zerg will actually skip one more drone to get the hatch up before the probe comes. So
yeah.
I actually wasn't paying attention if he did this time, but you can sometimes bait them into screwing up their own build and then just going high econ for yourself. And I mean, it's a small edge. It's not something that's huge, but these type of mind games do help.
I imagine from RagnaroK we're going to have something that's going to be very direct, like we had in that last game, where he just comes in there and tries to clean out the count. It's kind of a funny thing. It makes me think of, you know, I've been streaming a lot of StarCraft 1, and, you know, PvT, of course. You know, there's an option for if the player goes Arbiter to recall or to force field at the entrance to try to hit him.
Yeah.
And I used to always recall because I felt like it was stronger and better. But as time passes, I realized I actually think it's better to like do a force field right when you can and try to break off all their stuff at the entrance.
Yeah.
Because you kill off enough tanks. Because in my head, I'm always thinking, oh, I didn't kill them off. This was dumb of me. But the reality is you just drop their tank count so much that it's hard for them to recover from that. And that last game that we had kind of reminded me of that concept.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like he's just going to make it tons of Banes. He knows that they're going to trade out, get the Archon count lower, get you, and make him start up again. And you can actually just do that. You could pound them a couple times over and close the game out. Or a lot of times I would like try to do a recall. Sometimes recalls are they're bad. Like they don't go the way you need them to, you know. Sometimes you don't know where the mines are in their base or something like that. But yeah, so I kind of changed my stance on it. But watching what RagnaroK did there, I think that's the play. What Hero's trying to do, at least so far, I mean, he could mix it up. He's definitely got quite the range in this matchup. But yeah, definitely just getting in there and basically tearing down the building blocks of what they're doing by taking that out and in a full-on engage is smart.
Oh, totally. I like what you're saying. You know, historically, Ling Bane against Protoss, what it is hinged upon is getting rid of those high-quality tech units. Like, if you remember that long meta of Ling Bane Hydra used against Protoss, it was literally all about, is their High Templar and Archon count growing or shrinking? If it's growing, you're going to lose because you're going to get less and less effective. If it's shrinking, you're going to win because you're breaking them. And that's, it is. It's that same type of idea for sure.
He's going to go for a disruptor play. Disruptor play. Dad.
Fast.
Sorry.
Fast disruptor drop. Always enjoyed this build.
Yeah. This is a good one. And this is Hero basically saying, all right, I'm going to be the active player this time.
Ooh, Roach Warren comes up. That's exactly what he wants to see. Or he would want to see. Obviously, he doesn't see it yet, but...
More Prism.
2 Queen 6 Lings. 16 Lings. There it is. Okay. That's what we were waiting for. observer checking out. He's being very careful not to move the observer in, because as soon as you see the observer, you know it's disruptor drop. Well, I guess it could be like an immortal push, but those don't really exist anymore like we were talking about. So, yeah, hides that back a little bit more. Prism speed is coming right along.
Okay, more Prism coming out.
This is an excellent move.
Yeah, this is a good punish here because you really need that third up in time. Oh, I like that little wall with the pylon there. That's cute.
I like the picking off the probe too. I think losing a few extra links is worth that. Surprised he,
Yeah, he stayed there a little bit too long, I would say.
Yeah, but killing the probe is great. Just slowing the hero down in any way. Good defense so far. I don't believe the Disruptor has really gotten any kills. Now he's got the speed, so can be a little bit more brazen.
Yeah, he just needs to find like a juicy spot with a bunch of units and try to get a shot to connect. He is forcing drones to run away.
That was a nice one.
Whoa.
Good location.
Oh my god, he got all the queens. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's wild how much damage that was. Well, that's going to make him a lot more brittle coming up here. Even though transfuses are going to heal it, there's just less transfuses later on.
Less creep spread, less transfuses. That's a big deal. Colossus on the way as well as Blink. So very likely we'll see a strong follow-up timing attack.
Okay. Is he going to drop that?
Yeah,
you know, I should never underestimate the ability for something to get away in a Warp Prism when there's good people playing.
Oh, yeah. Especially a Speed Warp Prism.
Yeah.
God, those things are fast.
Okay, it's going to wrap around here again.
The defense here has just been so good. Oh, he gets Queen, okay. Another Disruptor coming. There's one Colossus or two Colossus, I'm not sure.
Okay, so Spire coming along here. It's going to be go time soon here for Protoss.
He really hasn't found the damage he was looking for here.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, actually. The Zerg has just done a very good job zoning.
Got a couple queens.
Yeah.
What else? Nothing really, right?
Baited out transfuses, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to attack right away, I actually thought the attack was going to come sooner, but I guess it can't come until +1 and Blink are done, right?
Yeah. Might want to let that third base economy kick in a little bit, get those extra gateways up, right? Like, I mean, when you're doing a build like this, you really need the attack to do something. I do not believe that we have a Baneling Nest yet.
Guy keeps chipping away here. Yeah, Baneling's Nest is going to be important when this push actually comes up here.
Yeah, the Blink Stalker Colossus, well, I think, it is just the one Colossus, which is still useful, it's still good. But when you do have comps like that, they clump up so much, Banelings become pretty powerful, even though they don't do full damage like anything in the army.
Yeah, somehow this Disruptor's still alive, but 13 mutas are about to hatch, so he's going to have to go back. Yeah. And, you know, when you see two guys moving to the middle of the map, one of them's got to be wrong. So he's going to come around here again. We're just starting to see the beginnings of that, the Stalker Blink, and just shaving off a few extra units, getting a little bit of extra value here or there. Warping round coming, and the pressure's on here. The push has begun.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful push, and the 11 mutas that just popped out, I don't think are going to help against this push very much. He may try to go for a counterattack. He lost 2 mutas on the way out, which is just brutal.
Oh, this is a... Oh, whoa. What am I watching? What is happening right now?
This was a huge mistake, that recall. I think he got afraid, and now his army is completely fragmented. The Stalkers have to walk back. He's losing so much. This was a
I think he just like, threw the game so hard with that. What?
Yeah, I think the mutas...
And the hatchery's still alive. The hatch is still here.
Oh, God. It's even worse than I thought.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I believe he did a recall on those Stalkers to defend mutas.
I guess.
But then, literally, RagnaroK turned around and instantly killed, like, the army. Oh, was it? That's even worse.
I think he saw the mutas on the screen and then saw it on the minimap and got confused and thought, okay, his mutas are kind of attacking me, but the mutas are actually back at home.
I mean, his army was based on a death ball, right? Like, you have to keep it together. lose so much power otherwise.
I don't know if RagnaroK has enough, though. I only see mutas right now.
Okay, he gets rid of the Prism. He has 19 mutas against 27 Stalkers. Stalkers only have +1. Lings coming out. The Lings can be very helpful here. Lings actually deal damage pretty damn quickly.
Okay. He is continuing to roam. He's taking out one base there. Keep thinking he's going to see that Overlord, but I guess there's no War Prism with it, so he can't see up. And he could go for the gold base here. Perfectly acceptable way to play, but the Muta counterattack is going to come in here, and this is going to be pretty difficult to deal with.
All right, the Muta's coming in and picking off shield batteries really, really quickly. Very cool. Takes out a cannon, gonna fly out. 25 Mutas right now. I think he needs a Baneling Nest if he wants to play like this, because it's like turning into a Stalker Ball against a Muta Ball.
Yeah, and so this is going to keep coming out, man. But again, the longer the Zerg has that gold base, the more of a problem this is going to be. I love the counterattacks from RagnaroK.
Yeah.
It's so smart. It's just sort of because the Stalkers can't quite get across the map to kill the base without him losing his own bases. And so, you know, I think RagnaroK might just be able to take this game. I mean, it's this weird situation where like he can't quite get the value he wants out of the Stalkers because the Zerg isn't engaging him in the way that he wants.
Yeah, yeah. You know, obviously he's got like a stronger standing army right now, and he does kill this hatch in the bottom left on the gold, so that's very, very important.
And it's 3-base to 3-base right now. Zerg's trying to recover.
But very oftentimes when there's no Stargate and Zerg commits to mutas, it turns into a base trade because that's what Zerg has to do.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, obviously if they got way far ahead, they can just go kill you, but...
Snaps that War Prism here. The thing is, eventually, you're going to have to deal with these Stalkers, and I don't know if he actually has an answer for that.
Well, he's got 37 mutas against 47 Stalkers. Like, at some point there will be so many Stalkers they won't all shoot at the same time.
Yeah, but I mean, he can also just keep blinking behind him. I mean, these exchanges seem to be going well. I feel like I'm seeing 1 or 2 Stalkers die when the mutas are getting shaved off big time. And now he can fraction off with some of that. Okay, so the mutas are going to come back.
Yeah, this type of move is so important, but those are going to just blink away, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. I mean, look, he's still getting these really efficient trades.
He's just the master of Stalkers.
You're going to say the Mad Hatter or something.
He's a Mad Hatter. Yeah. I'm just going to give him a nickname that doesn't mean anything.
He's like the Penguin of Zerg, right?
Like, what, the Batman villain? I'm like, no, the bird.
The animal. The bird that can't fly.
Yeah.
Stay on target.
But very good at swimming.
Yes,
Stay with me here.
Yeah.
All right, look at this. Goes up and magic boxes those Archons, does take them out. Very nice kills. Goes after the Templar Archives once again. That's actually like an important move. Archons with the Stalkers make it so that you can never engage.
Oh, he didn't kill that hatch as well. That hatch has like,
Oh, really?
5% HP.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, well, the gold base gets taken out once again. Going after these probes. Dude, this is an insane game. Heroes down to 16 workers. You keep telling me these Stalkers are grinding value, but like, at what point can you have them grind so much value that you don't need workers anymore?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. He actually can't recall this, by the way. Something to keep in mind here. There's actually too much here. Oh, the rest of the Stalkers are coming down.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, and why are these Stalkers here? Well, he can blink. He's like, I don't care.
Oh, the Lings, it looks like RagnaroK has decided now is attack 39 against 42.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
I mean, this is a lot of Stalkers.
But that's a lot of mutas.
Yeah, but I think if he blinks away.
No, I think the mutas got it.
Did the mutas actually win this?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're right. Look at that.
Glaives bounce tasteless.
I've just like never seen so many Stalkers before. That's crazy. This game should be over. 64 drones to 16.
Well, he's still got
probes.
2 observers.
Yeah,
so.
He's got that. GG.
Wow.
RagnaroK takes it and beats Hero, the GSL champ.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Dude, we got to really reposition RagnaroK in the standings.
Yeah. That's crazy. I'm almost in disbelief.
Rogue retired. He's taking his place.
I feel like that isn't even real. You know what I mean? Like, I see that. I'm just not used to seeing RagnaroK dominate like this. He's gotten so good this year, man.
He really has. He really has, and very well deserved. I think there's no chance for him not to go to the round of 6 at this point.
All right, man. Well, Hero, he's still going to have to put his back into it, man. He's not out of this group yet. I mean, he's the most likely guy who would be advancing, but I'll tell you what. Right now, you know, people got an answer for him. At least RagnaroK does. Guys, short break. When we come back, the final best of 3 of the night, Solar versus GuMiho.
Got no issues, it's kinda nice. Like running water into a paradise. Got no drama, feels like we arrived. Picture perfect, it don't exist. But when I'm with you, don't have to question it. True devotion. Oh, I could fly, I could fall, I know you got my back. Never thought I would find someone to love like that. Like that, like that. I like that. We laugh till we cry to keep our love intact. Take a ride, turn them back so we can save on gas. Never thought I would find someone to love like that. Like that, like that. I like weekends, never leaving our bed. Office to the night ends, baby, we can sleep in. Baby, that's a reflex. Oh, my life, I thought the love was just a lie. A way to feel an unrealistic high. We get our fix, but never satisfied. Give you all of my love and you give it right back. I could fly, I could fall, I know you got my back. Never thought I would find someone to love like that. Like that, like that. I like that. We laugh till we cry to keep our love intact. Take a ride, turn them back so we can save on gas. Never thought I would find someone to love like that. Like that, like that. I like that. How'd you get like that high? How'd you get like that?
Think I've been here before. I know that I must have met you in a past life. Got my heart on the floor. Go slow. Keep me falling for you all night. Tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind? Oh, hear the sound of your voice in the crowd, calling my name. Yeah, you captivate. Oh, you captivate me. Cover me in a dream of love. You're pulling on my sanity, it does seem. I need you next to me. Can't get enough. I don't wanna miss your energy. So tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind? Oh, hear the sound of your voice in the crowd. take. Baby, you captivate me. Ooh, with you's where I wanna stay. Baby, you captivate me. Tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind, oh. Hear the sound of your voice in the crowd, calling my name. Yeah, you captivate, oh.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Some say the zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 헐리.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
Some say the zero. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 실성사이다 제로.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 헐리 점심은 라떼, 헐리 저녁엔 라떼, 헐리 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 헐리. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 헐리.
Today's matchup. Hero. Bunny. RagnaroK. GuMiho. Solar. Round of 10. Group A. (2022) Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
I take the whole city down with this.
What's up, everybody? GSL's back, and we're going to go into our final best of 3 of the evening. Solar versus GuMiho. You know, GuMiho brought a lot of cool, creative stuff, and he actually beat Bunny. But I do want to point out, his cool, creative stuff didn't really seem to work out for him. And I do feel like Solar is looking extremely strong today, even though he did die to Hero. Like, yeah. I don't think he looks bad.
Well, you can't fault anyone for losing to Hero, even though RagnaroK did just beat him, which is crazy. But this is a huge match. This is, like, for Solar, almost a must-win at this point. Because, like, Hero is the guy right ahead of him, and Hero already beat him, right? So, like, he really needs these points. And then for GuMiho, imagine if he beats Solar here. Suddenly it's like, well, GuMiho, unless craziness happens next week, you're going to the round of 6, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Again, GuMiho came with a lot of very novel ideas, which I really respect. He's still trying to be so creative and so different, you know, against, you know, opponents that really have this so mapped out. But let's see what he does, and let's see if it works, because Solar's in extremely just strong shape. He doesn't seem to have any real weaknesses, to be totally honest.
Yeah. He's looking very good.
We're going to go to Data C, Inside and Out, and Waterfall for our 3 maps. Solar versus GuMiho starts right now as we close out day 1 of Group A.
Onside Gaming, Solar. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
I have to say, Tasteless.
Yes.
Data C looks to me like a really hard map TVZ. Like really hard.
Dude.
Like really hard.
Well, I feel like you look at this, some solar support here in the audience. I feel like you look at this map and you say, yeah, if I'm Terran, I am not going to try to play a long game here.
But how do you, I mean, the travel distance is long enough that I'm like, I don't know. Like, how do you, like, if GuMiho does some bad Hellbat all-in, because in the bottom of my, in the pit of my stomach, in the darkness of my soul.
Well, I think you're looking at the bottom of my heart, like, in the center of my bladder.
Yeah, no, it's right next to my kidney stones. I have this bad feeling that this is going to be some weird-looking Hellbat all-in that, guess what's going to hold it, Tasteless? Queens Tasteless! God, I hate Hellbat all-ins.
Well, they don't work when we cast the games. Sometimes I'll watch other StarCraft matches, and if we're not casting, they work, but
no, they don't.
Yeah, that's the conclusion.
That's not real StarCraft, Tasteless.
You imagine that, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, man, I mean, I feel like this is just not a good map for Terran, to be honest, against Zerg. I mean, there's just too much room for the Zerg to work with.
I wouldn't mind seeing GuMiho go, like, Battlecruiser Rush in a mech. I think that could be a reasonable way to try to approach. There is a lot of dead airspace behind the main/natural, which is good for BC rushes in general. Also, because the map is so big, that would give you a naturally grinding approach against Zerg, if that's the way you wanted to take it.
Yeah.
We'll see. Oh, he bounced himself.
That was insane. That actually lived. That's the most badass drone of all time.
I think it just lived because GuMiho bounced himself on his own grenade.
Yeah. Okay. Starport coming along here. We don't really know what kind of attack is going to be delivered here. We're waiting to...
It's a Battlecruiser Rush. Watch.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. No, I think it's a good map for it, and it fits GuMiho's style.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised we saw that BC Rush, the TVT there earlier.
It might not be, though. He's making the tech lab really quickly, so it could just be Banshee then.
Yeah, that would not be too surprising either.
Yeah, he's trying to line up the tech lab with the starport finishing, which obviously you don't need to do if you're going BC. 16 speedlings on the way. Okay. Oh, a Raven. Cool.
Okay, these lings are coming up here. And, I mean, this actually got pretty good control here, but ultimately these are just going to get murdered.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably better to just try to run. And this means he's going to have to abandon the low ground here. This is a great little technique here from Solar to basically deny mining here.
And he'll get a depot, lost mining time.
You could drone up behind this. It's a pretty big interruption.
Faceless. It is a Battlecruiser Rush. He just went Raven first.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm actually glad you pointed that out because I had kind of, in my mind, walked away from the BC Rush when we saw the tech lab. But yeah, just went Raven first. But I'll tell you, man, that was a great play by Solar to get in there and do that damage.
Yeah, I like that. That was nice.
Now, you know, it does seem like BC rushes are not as popular.
They're definitely
anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think it's going to be fun to cast this and see what happens. But the truth actually is that there may be a reason why this is not as popular anymore, right? It seems like maybe Zerg just know how to slap this down. Because when it first came out, which was a couple years ago, I guess a little bit pre-pandemic, it was just like, this is such a hard thing to deal with. It's kind of like when the Adept just started moving around, you know, when it was introduced in the game and everybody was so bad at trying to deal with the movement, and now people are so good against Adepts. BC kind of had a similar thing where it's like, what? This thing is suddenly in my main and killing stuff?
Totally. Like, a unit like that, the Adept is actually the perfect thing to compare it to, because both units are purely tactical. It's not like you're out-microing your opponent. There is not really micro involved, you know? And so, When things are just tactic-based, there's always going to be a counter or it's Imba.
Yeah.
Because it's not, I mean, if you're not using actual skills to outdo your opponent, then that's a problem.
Okay, so he does a little bit of harass there, and then it looks like he wants to park the Raven back there. Maybe you can do some combo stuff with the battlecruiser when it comes in, like throw an auto turret under it or something like that.
Dude, you could even armor shred, and the amount of shots that the BC shoots out.
I didn't
you
even
armor
think
shred
about
a
that.
mineral line and then go BC on it.
You know, well, let's. Now I'm like, GuMiho's so smart. Like I'm like complimenting him before it's even happened.
Yeah, I'm like, he might not do it, Tasteless. I don't know if that's actually going to be good. It sounds good in my head, though. Okay, so this is actually doing really, really well. And he is, of course, following it up with mech as expected. But my next big question is what type of mech is GuMiho going to go for? Because there's the battle mech that you can go for. There's like a grinding mech. Oh, God, he's going
to lose it.
He is, I think.
Wait.
Like, just barely not going to. Oh, my God.
That's insane.
That is the craziest thing. He's at 16 health. Okay, anyways, it's... And another auto turret went out. Nice. Yeah, is he going to go for like a battle mech? Is he going to go for like a grinding mech? Is he going to just try to hit like a maxed mech timing attack?
Yeah, let's see. But the fact that BC lives is huge,
It really is. It did enough damage that if it died, I don't think it's the end of the world, but...
Yeah.
It warps in here. Look how ridiculously beefy they are. He's just flying over pure anti-air. He's like, okay, I guess I gotta leave. I'll kill a little bit, but not that much.
Hellions gonna be on the move again here. Really good job here by GuMiho again.
Oh, Tasteless.
Dude, what is going on?
34 health. That
this
is way
a bad
more.
anime, man. All right, Yamato gun is finished. Cannon. For some reason I always call it Yamato gun. That's what my brother and me always called it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is cannon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I actually just call it Yamato.
Yamato? Yeah. So right now, I mean, Solar's taking quite a beating. The mech army is going to continue to power up here.
Yeah. Oh, God, he's going for a 4th BC.
Yeah, it's funny. We had like the style where they'd go for 1 BC, the style where they went for 3, and then we'd have ones where they just kept making BCs the whole game.
Yeah, there was a short period where we saw mass BC. Like if you remember when Special got to the finals of that WCS tournament against Serral.
Right.
Like he was very good at that time.
Right.
But that eventually just kind of went away. Like Zergs were countering it too hard. Like you can actually kill the entire BC army. You're like, okay, fungal and like neural and okay, everything's dead.
Yeah.
So it kind of became like 3 are good for grinding stuff down. Oh my God. Dude, Swarm Hosts are coming out. I love this. I love this. Solar is a very good Swarm Host player.
Well, Swarm Hosts are also extremely strong against these kind of slow mech styles.
Yeah. But things like BC will block it pretty well. Hellbats are actually surprisingly useful. They can tank up a lot. You know, they're not that valuable, so losing some is not the end of the world. Dude, I'm loving this game. GuMiho.
Yeah.
The comeback of this man.
Yeah. Well, it's so cool to also see this stuff. We've had a lot of just cool styles the last 2 seasons, a lot of new stuff introduced here.
Look at that. Forces those out really early. It's not going to take any damage from that, really. Take a little bit, but not bad.
Well, this totally didn't do anything.
Yeah. Really. He lost like a Hellion, maybe 2.
But, you know, I mean, the fact that he went for that, again, it kind of reminds you of, all right, well, this is what happens if you do go mech. There is sort of an answer from the Zerg. So let's see what he wants to do to try to power through this, because when enough Swarm Hosts are out, it's pretty hard to deal with, man.
Can be annoying, but the 4 BCs do really well against this as well. Look at that, just Yamatoing a whole bunch of them, going after some of these queens. All right, little counterattack coming up from Solar. Oh! He just lost one of the BCs.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
A little bit sloppy. I think he's paying attention over here a little bit too much,
I think he's
maybe.
on the wrong screen over here. Maybe a bit of an overextension. 1-1 finishes here for Mech.
I think GuMiho's in a way better spot right now. Like, way better. There's still swarm hosts. There's still ways for Solar to make this all up. But GuMiho has more workers. He still has 3 battle cruisers. He has a lot of siege tanks. I think it's looking really nice.
And,
oh, man.
Yeah, he can barely save that in time here. Yeah, nicely done.
He does get it. Save.
I feel like GuMiho still has a little bit of a disadvantage here. There's no easy place to push. Look at the way the creeps spread out here.
Yeah, okay.
And then look at how like tightly stitched together those 4 bases are at the bottom.
But GuMiho's comp plays different from regular Terran comps, right?
Sure.
So I think that's why he did this, is because, like, yeah, you can't really push, but you don't have to push with this.
Yeah,
the BCs give you like a mobile answer to fringe bases. And you have like a lot of value inherent in the mech army in general. Yeah, like look at this. The BCs have actually countered the swarm hosts really, really well. You're Yamatoing them over and over. Yeah, a few units are dying here and there, but he's not getting, like, the swarm hosts are not really paying for themselves.
Yeah.
They're supposed to pay for themselves several times over because they're otherwise they're somewhat useless.
Every opportunity to send those locusts out, you need to start to, whether it's like a turret or a tank or a depot or whatever.
Yeah.
You need to kill something, and you're right. He's really not getting very much value out of them.
That can be really key because the mech army can be very cost efficient, so you're trying to gain some of that back with swarm hosts. And when they're just not doing that, it's like, I guess they buy you a little bit of time, but that's it. GuMiho is maxed out with more workers. Adding more factories, continuing his upgrades. I feel like Solar is maybe slightly missing an opportunity to expand more.
Yeah.
I want to see him throw hatches in the top 2 left bases and the bottom right
Dude,
base.
I 100% agree. I feel like Solar needs to really start to gobble up the map. I mean, the advantage that you can get against a mech player is that you could just sort of play an avoidance style. Nice.
Very
Good dodge
nice.
there.
And look at that. 4 units just gone.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah. Just blasts out of there. Repair costs almost nothing. No problem. All right, Greater Spire is coming up.
Yeah, he could be going into Broodling here.
Yeah.
Broodlord, I'm sorry, not Broodling. Broodlord's here.
Broodlords, I think eventually he's going to have to.
Yeah,
Siege tank count is so high.
Oh, nice kill on the CC.
I think also you might have to get rid of the the battle cruisers before you do that.
All right, takes out another BC here.
Look at this. Like, dude, this is not going well for Solar.
No, it really isn't. Terran continuing to max out here. And he's going to go for a push. Big moment here. Solar's not looking too safe here.
Little armor shred goes down.
Yeah, nicely done over there. Lots of creep to hack and saw through.
It's a hard army to engage, but he does have the swarm hosts. I guess, yeah, I mean, with the Hellbats plus the BCs, I don't know how much the swarm hosts will do. Also, GuMiho continues to go back up to 4 BCs over and over and over.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's just decided that's a good number. Because for, like you mentioned, for a long time it was 3. But I guess he's decided it's 4. You know what? I'm taking his word for it. I think GuMiho knows more about BCs and mech than anyone else.
Yeah, he's continuing to push down now. And it looks like he's going to have an opportunity to actually pounce on one of these bases. Good dodging so far. A lot of patience here from GuMiho, not stepping into the vials. But does he have enough to actually take this fight? The tanks are going to come up here with the rest of this.
Yeah, if he sieges up and brings up these BCs, 100%. Now look, the Broodlords are there, but that's not going to be helpful. Couple Yamatos go down.
Yeah, the Broodlords are dangerously close here. That's it. GG. GuMiho takes it. Wow.
Dude, how did I doubt GuMiho
Yeah,
coming into today?
and I think that the fatal moment there was like the Broodlords are right next to the battle cruisers, which are about to kill the Corruptors.
Yeah.
And that's like,
it's over at that point. But I think continually, GuMiho was just doing a better job all over the place.
Yeah.
The swarm hosts absolutely did not pay for themselves like what Solar was hoping for. The battle cruisers were almost like a little bit more defensive at that point. He was focusing on Yamatoing whatever he could. Swarm hosts, chief among those. So those didn't really do much. And then he got Corruptors out, and those, between the Cyclones and the Yamatos, those didn't do much.
Yeah.
just GuMiho kind of countered everything. That was beautifully played.
If he could do that if he could win on that map,
yeah.
I mean, a lot of these other maps are better for Terran here. So, I mean, I think inside and out. Yeah, let's see what happens here, man. Solar being taken down by GuMiho, who went into Battle Cruiser and then Ground Mech. So cool.
Loving it.
Let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say, I can do this all day.
Onside Gaming, Solar. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
The former champion of GSL.
Yep, don't forget. Gone through many different eras of StarCraft, man. That was a special one when he won, you know.
Oh, yeah. He single-handedly revived Mech against Zerg.
Yeah, it's like everybody else was doing their own, you know, the more proper way, and he made his way work to the point where he won the whole thing. So cool.
Yeah, yeah. He's the most important player in the history of Mech, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he's actually such an interesting player when you think about it, because he's always played alternative styles. Don't forget, he was the guy who was random in GSL. I guess Guinea Pig was one season as well, but
sure, yeah.
You know, originally he was a random player. Chose Terran. Completely alternate style. He's actually up there with Maru as far as GSLs, right? Like, I think Maru. Wait, GuMiho was in season 2, I think, or was it season 3?
Season 2.
Okay, yeah. So, anyways, he's been there for, you know, he's been a pro gamer forever.
Yeah, he's been here for a long time.
Yeah. But just such a fascinating character. Also, something we don't talk about anymore, but we used to call him the Towel Terran because he has hyperhidrosis, which his hands sweat so much he plays
perspires.
with a towel over the mouse.
Yeah.
There's actually a video of it on my YouTube.
Yeah, which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that's ever been as crazy as hearing that is when we found out that Light in StarCraft 1 does not play with a mouse pad. Remember that? We saw that. We were doing Tase's LAN party. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Like, don't meet your heroes, guys. Like. So, yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see him make that pay off. I mean, he definitely. It's funny because it's like you're good at a whole other matchup that other people don't even practice when you get good at mech.
Yeah.
You know, it's an extremely different game.
And you know, every position you've seen so many more times than your opponent.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a battle cruiser rush once again.
Yeah.
And we have to assume it will go into mech. Battle cruiser works better into mech than into bio.
Yeah.
And GuMiho's better at mech than bio. And everyone else is worse against mech than they are against bio. So when you put all that together, it's like pretty obvious what's going on here.
Yeah. And this is the thing, man. He's going to come here with this style that, like, a lot of people, you've heard people say this before. It's like, oh, you're playing the game wrong. Like, this is like.
I've heard people say it. I say it myself sometimes.
But yeah, it's like it doesn't matter what Solar practice. He has to play this game that GuMiho's had a lot more practice in.
Yeah. I do like these new maps. Like, I love that giant burning pile of books there, Tasteless. It's like all the Prima guides.
This Prima Star strategy guides. That's so funny. 16 Lings, Artosis, 2 Roaches.
He's getting Cloak and a second starport while getting a BC. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Is he going to go 2-port BC?
I think so, but here's the thing. Like, this attack's going to come. But if you have air, you can fight this. I guess BC's
Oh, yeah. No, when attacks like this come and you're going BC, like, you will hold the attack, he'll take damage, but the Zerg is not super prepared for your counter of the BCs, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, he did not get the SCVs to
No,
safety.
he did
That
not.
doesn't feel like that was the right sequence to lift the wall and then pull the SCVs down.
And he insta-queues up a second BC before losing the add-on, so very nice. Oh, he actually cancels and throws it back on. Yeah, let's see how much damage is actually dealt here. Oh god, that was it. That was excellent. He dodged the bio there with those SCVs at the very last second.
Wow. Okay.
11 SCVs lost. Okay. This is not the end of the world for GuMiho.
No, it's not that bad at
but
all.
I think he needs to jump. Now, 2 BCs are being made. Dude, this is crazy.
This is so...
You know what? Leave the BC here, maybe? Until you get 3? Because the 3 are going to surprise him.
Yeah, because if that's when you know that he has two whatchamacallit, starports that are making. So, and then the 3 number, he might just not have enough to defend properly at home.
Yeah.
He's going to have enough to maybe defend 1 or 2.
And... You know, Solar was keeping his units towards the front. He's actually looking for the jump to go back in and attack again. Yeah. So the fact that GuMiho has not jumped is not suspicious.
Yeah.
So that's actually, that's like, that rebacks up 3 BC.
Interesting point here. Yamato Cannon's done too here. These BCs are going to be very scary. And he's slowly coming up here towards where the 3rd base is.
Oh, dude, he's going to jump 2 more up to join this bad boy. Now, Solar's probably expecting a second one to jump in a moment here.
Yeah,
that would be normal.
But when we get 3, it's going to be a little bit crazy. Does this supply block him? No, he's got extra overlords. Let's go! Sup, son?
Double Spore. Couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Could not care less. My God. Okay, so the Spore is going to fall like very quickly. Another Spore is coming up. Yamato is ready. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
One's in the orange. He's got to get that one away.
He doesn't have to do anything, Tasis. You can't tell the Gumi God what to do. Well, that one does die. He should have gotten away. You were right. But the BCs continue to wreak havoc here.
So much damage. And 2 more BCs coming.
Dude, it's all you need, man. It's the capital ship. It's the best unit.
I mean, he can't recover that. Okay, he's making a Spire. Hold on. How much gas is banked? There's not that much gas either here, man.
Yeah. Yeah. He can only make like 4 Corruptors.
The problem is once the Spores go down there, you're like, I'll just move over here. Whatever.
Yeah, he's chasing with Spores. He doesn't have enough Queens. He's trying to make them. GuMiho, man. Here comes, oh God, the repaired BC comes back. I believe that's a repaired one.
No, that's a new one.
Oh, that's a new one?
Yeah, because the other one couldn't get repaired. It got killed.
Oh, that's right.
Dude,
yeah,
I actually think this might be over.
I think it's over, man.
Like, I mean, this is just...
I think GuMiho just does whatever he thinks is good and kills people, and it's pretty damn impressive.
Oh my God, in a 4th.
Yeah.
Why have we not seen this before? This looks so strong. And it's a great way. It's a great.
GuMiho was in the military. That's why.
it's a great build to add into the mix because when you look at it, we already saw 1 Stargate BC. You're not thinking about, oh, well, what if he makes 2, right? You didn't even know he was capable of making 2. The first surprise is the BCs in game 1. Then later on, it's like, what? He has more?
Dude, it's crazy. And now he's got like all these BCs. He's killed your 3rd base.
Yeah.
More BCs are on the way. He's going to fly them home and
repair.
Yeah, and then if he jumps in with 6, what kills 6 BCs? We don't have like infestors.
This is sick, man.
This is awesome.
And the thing is, eventually you get enough Yamato cannon shots. Like, how many Corruptors do you have to have so that they can shoot down all of that and then you win the fight?
That's a lot.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you start to stack Yamato,
you need
it's
like 30
crazy.
Corruptors.
Yeah.
And then these Hellions waltz in and kill everything.
Yeah. This game's almost over. And what a brilliant way to close this out, man.
What a cool game from GuMiho.
Yeah, what a treat.
Dude, look at them just walk forward. Look at this.
All right, here we go. Oh my God.
Oh!
He even gets it away. He's so sick.
Wild. SCVs come up for repairs as well.
Man, oh man. And he just pulls away the weaker ones. Goodbye.
Oh my God, he's got the rhythm of these just down. And he's just going to break him, Tasteless.
Yeah.
Solar
it's
just took
too
his
much.
hand off his keyboard.
Wow. GG. Oh, just one G. G.
Oh.
G.
Just one G. How salty. Okay, so GuMiho, I think, is going to make the round of 6. It
Yeah,
really, like,
dude.
That's pretty damn impressive. Like, he is
What a
tied for
planner.
first, I believe,
Yeah.
with RagnaroK. Wait, RagnaroK went 2-1, 2-1. This was a 2-0, right?
2-0,
GuMiho's in
2-0.
first place. He's
Yeah.
going to the round of 6, man.
It's crazy.
Almost 100%.
Yeah.
That
unless
is
we have
insane.
some very strange results.
Dude, GuMiho is such a based god of mech. He
Dude.
is.
What a cool build, too. I mean, it's just, it all comes into play when it's 3 BCs instead of 2. Because you already see how much damage 1 BC can do to you, so you need to get another one. But then when you have 3, it's like, oh, well, this is just too much. I don't, you know. And the damage just starts to pile on.
And look at this. Look at this score, this rank right now. GuMiho did drop a map to Bunny, probably a fluke. Okay. GuMiho looking for his second GSL championship this season. He's been out of the military for a couple seasons. It's about damn time.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Look at that Solar 02, 04. What? 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 Who wrote the script for tonight, Tasteless?
A lot of plot twists
A
here.
little bit over the top, I would say.
Yeah. So I don't know. What an amazing day of games. We had so much fun, so many different styles shown here, lots of upsets, lots of surprise strats.
Yeah.
So that's it for Group A, guys. We're going to be back with day 1 of Group B on Thursday.
No, I don't even want to see Group B. I want to see GuMiho play against everyone in Group B and just beat them all, and we'll just call GSL at that point.
Yeah. Man, a lot of great matches to look forward to as well, on Thursday. It's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, anytime Mario is in there is going to be fantastic. We'll see how Creator can do as well. I'm really enjoying watching his journey as one of the top Brodosses.
Yeah.
Him and Hero are the only guys that can actually deliver right now in Korea.
Yeah. Very cool stuff, man. A lot of fun matches here. It really feels like StarCraft 2 changed dramatically over the course of this year. A lot of new ideas at play here. Game keeps aging like a fine wine. Yeah, and then I guess we don't have any interviews, right?
No,
just close out the show.
And he went home.
Yeah.
So even if we did, we don't have them.
That's right. Well, it's good to have you back, Artosis.
Thank you,
for the time that you are going to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have much else to say, man. We're going to be back on Thursday. We're back to our normal schedule, and looking forward to an amazing finals here for this Season 3. So hard to say who's actually going to win this season.
GuMiho over Hero in the finals, I would say 4-3.
Oh, that would be so sick.
That would be pretty insane.
But yeah, I mean, even Hero, he's not having an easy time. So hard to say who's going to win this one. Guys, that's all the time we have. We love you. Take care. We will see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.
You're the reason I will never